Oops. All right. Sometimes I just want to like sit in the main menu. Oh right, we're at the Sinister Cave. I forgot about this. Dude, I can't believe people are going so crazy about Mael when Minoko exists, though. Minoko is so cool. He has so many cool moves. And I think some people just want to min-max too hard. Oh yeah, chat, so we got a, building your own build as part of the fun. Mm-hmm. I just think Minoko's such a cool character because he has as many skills as every other character combined. Yeah, look at that caca. Beautiful. Hey, what? You guys are all you guys all goon over Sile. Why can't we goon over fucking Verso, all right? Huh? Huh? Yeah. This is an equality stream. How do I get into that hole? Looks like you drop down from... probably from up there. Dude, there's like 4 fucking pathways. 3. Is that a merchant up there? Think we can cheese our way up this? Kind of tempted. Oh, wait. Pause, champ. If I could fucking jump. Jump, you bastard. Oh. Oh. Wait a second. I don't think I can stand on this other spot. Damn you. Damn you. They knew. They knew. I don't think I can get it, guys.
I like them.
Alright, just... Wait. I don't know. Why am I like this? There's no way. It's not gonna work. Maybe there's another spot. But that spot's not gonna work. It's just not happening. Yeah, I don't think it's happening, fellas. No. It's Jover. No, guys, I don't see it. Oh, wait, I maybe see it. Hold on. If there's a spot you could... Oh!
Oh, lovely.
Oh, lovely. It's dead. What the? All right. One guy won. You got 181k points out of that 1k bet. Hey, you know, Seed Mole knows. He knows what I'm capable of, all right? He's a believer. I mean, it was only 1k, but, you know, that's okay. At least he still believed. Oh, wait, this just goes in a circle. Wait a sec. Okay, so... So it's so quiet here.
Interesting.
Ooh. Got flowers. Okay, dude, I'm like... This area is confusing me probably more than it should be. Okay. Wait, so where did we... Oh, okay. Alright. I think we just need to go this way. My god, it's dark. Oh? Oh shit. What's up, Salad? Yeah, Luna's my favorite to play as. I like the gliding animation so much. It's very satisfying. Just flying around.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
Oh no. Chat, we were playing for like 10 hours without the swimsuit on, all right? Don't make me take it off. Do we go in the hole?
Perfect.
Oh. Oh, we're back here. You know what I meant, chat. God damn it. I wonder if I'm able to, like... Are you meant to drop onto the merchant? Oh. Wait, this is... Nah. Wait, that is... Okay, that is... I was like, is that the same merchant or not? Hold on, so... Okay. That's the hole. But then we can also drop down here. I guess this is just the side path, though. And the light is here because... What do you mean it's dead, though? I feel there's gotta be something more here than just a... There's no way this area is just a music disc. There's gotta be like a fight or something. I do like the environment. I just... Making this big area and then only putting one item in it seems a little weird. There's gotta be something... There's gotta be something else. I don't know. Because this all just goes in a circle. Maybe... Wait, does this not loop back with the other area? No, it does. Unless... Can I fight this thing? No. I am in local sub because chat just cannot fucking contain themselves. It might... Like, I've been in such a better mood. It is like... It's crazy how quickly just a bunch of fucking backseaters and annoying ass chatters can just ruin my mood. I really don't know where to go though. Like, I would rather be stuck here for 20 minutes, even if chat is losing their fucking mind because I'm fucking blind as shit. Oh, I guess we just go past this. I don't care. I would rather find it myself. Oh shit.
Why yes, I love a dance.
Oh, he actually doesn't do as much damage as I expected. We might be able to kill this guy. can't even heal myself with this, but whatever.
Let's go the path.
Okay, he's resistant to dark. Ooh, I'm gonna try. Follow up. All right, now I'm gonna shoot. It didn't seem that substantial, to be honest. Oh shit. Well, that hurt. I mean, I think this fight is doable. I don't know, his melees didn't do that much damage. That jump attack did, but I should have been able to jump it. No, you don't have to parry, you can also just dodge. But yeah, I mean, you do have to, like, actually use the game mechanics and whatnot. Man, what is the quickest way to like force a save? I don't. There we go. I don't know, it's weird. So you can change the weapon, but sometimes it doesn't work. I don't know if it's like if you're too close to an enemy, maybe prevents you.
My turn.
I really don't know. Let's just get the burn going. Alright, well, she should have 100% crit. There we go. Now we can Genesis, or whatever it's called.
Out.
Oh my god, why does that move do so much damage? I don't really want to. I don't really want to use the reserve team. Hold on, is there something I can put on? Maybe I should just put on like auto shell. Oh yeah, we don't need. We don't need that. I do like combo attack. Can take that off in like one. I really like the counter attack stuff. I guess we could take off energizing break. Honestly, I feel like Monoko having a second auto attack is kind of ass. Like his auto attack doesn't do. Well, I mean, I guess it generates more AP, but I don't know. It's kind of bad. Holy shit! Double burn is a 30. Takes 30 fucking Lumina. That's crazy. You know, we should probably put. We should actually swap that. Because we apply a fuck ton of burn with Verso. And I think we can still apply powerful with Monoko anyways, with one of our moves. See, like now it's not saving. Am I too close? Oh, I guess yeah, I think it's like a distance thing. Maybe if you're too close. The game can't save. I don't know.
Let's cut the path.
Okay, so if I have, yeah, if I have, we only have the one caster move though.
A storm is coming. Elements, converge!
Nice.
Let's carve a path. Here we go.
Dude. This fucking move, man. The shell isn't even enough. Well, Loon survived. Whatever, man. Fuck it. We just gotta hit those parries. This motherfucker.
Sweet taste of battle.
Nice. Now everybody has powerful as well.
Converge.
All right. Dude! I hate you! God damn it, man. This fucking attack. It's just so strong. Why is it so strong? What about auto rush instead? Maybe that'll let me get another turn off so I can break him and just kill him. Or maybe I should just take off the inversion, I don't know. Actually, does inversion make you take more damage? I actually don't. I don't know, I can't remember.
Violence, yes.
Elements, converge.
But yeah, I know heals damage you, but I wasn't
well.
sure if there was anything else.
My turn. Here we go.
Really, we hit the parries this. Oh wait, we actually get an extra turn now because of that. Oh, and I can elemental genesis. Wait, that doesn't break though, does it? Jesus.
Sweet taste of battle.
Fuck, I can't break. Oh, if I had 1 AP, fuck. Well, whatever. We can definitely kill him before he can do anything.
Careful, Verso.
Well, here we go.
Ready to evade.
Oh, that attack is, it's so quick. It's so fucking, it's so hard to parry this shit. Alright.
A bit of violence, yes.
Elements. Converge.
Minoko, get ready.
Nice.
Radiance awaits.
Alright, we break him. And with the Genesis. That attack is insane. Right. Oh, Caster Mask does increase the damage too. I don't know if we're gonna be able to kill him still though. I think we're still gonna have to hit the parry, guys.
Oh well.
Oh, okay, that's just on one person. Sorry, Minoko, but you're fine.
Brace yourselves.
Gallium.
Majestic!
Hey Jen, thank you for the 26 months. That's okay. Thank you very much, though. That's a good question, Big Bull. And I'm not sure. That is a good question. Where'd you get that swimsuit? You'll, if you explore, you'll find it. There's another swimsuit I would show you, but it would be spoilers, so I won't do it. All right. Yeah, thank you so much for the resub, Jen. Glad to see you're playing this game. Where is this workshop? Is it like in the water? What? Wait. What? Oh my god, it's up on that island. Oh yeah. Wait, what about the merchant? Maybe killing that guy rezzed the merchant? That's... Okay, now I'm sure. No, I'm not so sure. KCD2. I think KCD2 is good. I don't think it was like the most amazing game or anything. It was fun. How did I make this jump, actually? Should probably just go the intended way, but now we know that there's a skip. Oh, there we go. Come on. It's still dead. Alright then. I mean, unless... I don't think chromatics respawn. Man, what the hell is this cave, dude? Do you break it by skipping up there? I don't think so. Because it's you don't like interact with anything. The cat's fighting in the background. Yeah, Henry was busy like making meth and all the cats are like going fucking crazy. Yeah, good times. Wasn't there an item in front of the merchant? Yeah, we looted the item in front of him. But I guess, I mean, there's been other instances in the game where we've been able to interact with NPCs after completing, like, an objective, so it's not too far-fetched to think that you could maybe talk to that merchant. Although, I mean, I guess it does say that he's dead. But who knows? I mean, there was a chromatic enemy and I mean, there was 2 weapons that we got from there, so. I couldn't even like see that item there. You lock-picked a hen? What does that even mean? All right. So there's an wonder when we're gonna get the ability to go underwater. Probably at some point in the story. Hey Scargy, thank you for the 30 months. Thank you, man. I think this is like the exit portal, maybe? I don't know. Wait, I never realized the masks that were like... I don't think I ever looked at it from this angle.
Time for a swim.
It is not time for swim. It's time for land. Time for walk. Yeah, I'm like really far behind on the free sub redemptions and the VIPs. I apologize.
The architecture looks very different here.
This kind of place never existed before the fracture.
It's beautiful. Feels surreal.
It's a cool looking place.
Oh.
Is she the Axon?
Sirene, she who plays with wonder.
It's so...
We're all getting drugged.
Renee? What's going on?
I don't know.
She's manipulating your emotions. You have to focus. Remember why you're here. Be careful. They call her she who plays with wonder. But what she really does is play with your head.
The game is
move
manipulating our
fast.
emotions, yeah.
Before we all lose our minds.
Has anybody here been watching The Last of Us 2 TV show? Sorry, you talked about manipulating emotions, and that's the first thing that came to mind is Last of Us 2, so. God, I hate Last of Us 2 so much. Oh, that game just... It's like, I've never... I don't know why that... Like, I just... God, I hate that game so much. I mean, I can respect the game for having good graphics and good sound design and world design, level design, and everything, but man, God, the story. Goodbye, guys. Tell us why you hate it. The game just tries to manipulate your emotions in a very like they're trying to force this perspective on you that Abby is a good person and that Ellie is a bad person, pretty much. And that revenge is bad. But then by the end, you've killed 10,000 people. And it's also like the game just puts you in these incredibly stupid situations. Like there's a pregnant woman who goes on patrol in the apocalypse, and the only reason she does that is so Ellie can fucking kill her. They forced her into the plot just for it to be like, oh look, Ellie bad. And same with the dog. It's like, oh look, Ellie kills the dog. Like, oh, she's so bad. I don't know, man. The game is just such it has such a forced agenda.
Don't look at her for too long or you'll go insane. I've seen people jumping off a cliff just from looking at her.
It is.
She was in the safe zone, but she went out on patrol.
Familiar.
She went out on patrol with like the convoy when she's like
I don't think so.
months into her pregnancy.
Never seen it.
It's incredibly fucking stupid, and the only reason they put her in that position is so they could progress the story and be like, look how bad Ellie is. It's so... ugh. It's so cringe. Sorry. If you like Last of Us 2, I hope I'm not offending you. I don't know, I'm never gonna like... You know, people, at the end of the day, if people enjoy something, you shouldn't criticize them for doing so. If somebody likes playing Raid Shadow Legends, you know, more power to them. I don't know why, like... That doesn't affect me at all. I feel like this area is somehow easier than the other area we were in. I guess we haven't fought that much stuff yet. We'll see.
Let's carve a path.
What lovely feet.
You know, I think it would be cool if you could somehow chain, if there was some way to like chain combat. I think there's some games that have done that, right? Where you can like aggro multiple enemies and then like, so let's say hypothetically I aggro this set of enemies and then that set, and then I fight like 5 at once instead of just like 2 or 3. It'd be kind of cool.
My, what lovely feet.
Just keep shooting.
Gilles, 55th. I don't understand. The weaponry worked brilliantly up to now. Augmenting Pictos with music was a stroke of genius. But the sonics have no effect on the Nephrons here. It's as if they can't even hear our music. They just keep dancing to their own. We're running out of ideas. I miss my girls so much it kills me. It hurts thinking that I could have been home right now playing music while they dance. Rochelle would have given birth by now. I could be holding my first grandchild. Instead, I'm here. No. No. There's still a chance, and someone has to fight for them. I can't let them down.
You know what? I actually
Mums,
think
maybe
that
that'll
mechanic...
They can't hear our music, but perhaps they will feel it.
I think that mechanic that I'm talking about was actually in a game that I played. It was like a sponsored game that I played. Oh, I'm so... What the fuck was it called now? I think it was... It might have even been a console exclusive. Oh, man, I can't remember. It was like an anime turn-based game that I had been sponsored for, where you got like a bunch, I think you got like a bunch of cards for like the abilities. Man, I can't remember. Oh, what the hell? That doesn't really matter anyways.
Ow, wow, wow.
Oh, wow, wow. Oh, whoa, whoa. The speedrunning one? No. It had a weird name. Sonic Zen, it was like Zen Zero or something? Wait, was that what it was called? Zenless Zone Zero? No, wait, maybe? Fucking hell, I don't know. No, that's... Well, wait. I don't know. I can't remember, man. It's not turn-based? Yeah, that's not the one, then. I can't remember. I can't remember.
Violence.
Hello. Oh, shit. Wait, no. I don't want to go. Wait, there's an item back there. Fuck! Take me back. Can he take me back even, I wonder? I'm pretty sure I can just load.
Well, that will help.
How did I not pick that up? Is Larksa liking the game? Yeah. I mean, how could you not like this game? Well, I'm just kidding, but I feel like most people will like this game. You know, funny enough, all of the negative reviews for this game, chat, are basically, and it's most of the negative reviews of this game are people who really like turn-based games, which is kind of funny. Like, if you go and look at all the negative reviews, it's like This game is so good, except having to parry is trash. That's seriously, it's like 99% of the negative reviews for this game.
Great.
All the active gameplay defeats the point of it being turn-based. See, that's where I disagree, because you still have the elements of, like, turn-based is being able to make informed decisions while not being, you know, you have the time to come up with like a plan, right? You can sit there for as long as you want. When it's your turn, it's just the enemies in this game can actually kill you. You don't just tank the enemies. I mean, when it's your turn, it's the same as any other turn-based game. It's just the enemies in this game are way more threatening, which is, I think, why I like it. Although I've also heard in the end game that you can become, I mean, if you min-max your build a decent bit, you can become so OP. Oh wait, why am I going backwards? You can become like so OP that it doesn't even matter. Normal difficulty, you barely need to parry if you build correctly. Yeah, that's probably true. It also probably depends how much you're rushing the main story, I guess. I honestly hope that I almost wish there was a difficulty past expert. I think the difficulty has felt okay for me thus far, but I could definitely see it becoming maybe a little too easy once we get past the damage cap, whenever that's gonna happen, which I don't want you to tell me, or you fucking think about it. Where's the last one? Loadouts would be nice. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that they 30% increased damage while having shields, but receiving any damage always removes all shields. So shields are not the same as shell, though, I don't think. I was wondering... I don't know if I have anything that applies shields? I could have sworn, I remember there was... Breaking a target doubles its burn amount. Oh, wow. Now we're at, like, max damage on burn already, at the time being, though. There was a fight, maybe it was part of, like, a mechanic of one of the enemies, but... There was a fight where I actually had a shield. Shield seems so strong, because it just negates, like, any amount of damage for one hit. You know, the same as an enemy's shield would work against you.
Go forth. Touch
Hey,
the
Drubs guy,
demon
thank you for
inside
the tier 2 80 months. Wait a sec, so there's... Huh. Alright. Minoko is so OP. I think every character is OP in their own way. I'm pretty sure they're all good. I'm sure there's one that's just the best, but... Yeah. Yeah, see, I don't know if shields... I don't even know who... I don't even know who can have shields. This is gonna take me back. What the fuck? It's taking me back to the start? Do we have Sael yet? Wait, no, we haven't been here. I'm so confused.
What lovely feet.
These enemies are just free XP, dude. Hey, Dobrito, thank you for the 57 months. Hey, Jack. There's music now. Good fight.
Useful.
Greater shell. 10% to shell damage reduction. Wow, that's a lot of health and defense. Yeah, we can't really put anything on Loon. We could put... Yeah, whatever.
Nice.
Nice.
Careful, Verso.
What the?
Careful, Verso.
Okay, didn't do that much damage. I wonder... well, I can just get rid of...
A bit of violence, yes.
Oh, we're an almighty? Wait, I can't heal. Fucking hell, why do I always do this? Ah, whatever. Did a lot of break at least. I think...
Incoming!
Oh, that's awkward.
I'm back.
Oh, god damn you.
Meet your reckoning.
It likes you.
Oh, Jesus. We're okay. What? Did some of my shots miss there?
No margin for error.
Alright, let's break. Rock slide.
Wait in fear.
There we go. Wait, what? Oh, he's not. Oh, shit.
I'll manage.
Let's push forward.
Nice. Oh, 5 Lumina. A third-person shooter? You're not talking about this game, right? I sure do hope not. Man, where the heck am I going? Like, is this the intended way? I don't think so. Wait a sec. Did we... Did we take this guy here before? Oh wait, yeah, we did. This is how we got down. Okay. That's how we got here in the first place. Wait, I have 9 points on Verso? What the fuck? I don't know why I have so many points on him. Hey, Stereo Lab. Thank you for the 60 months, man. It's been so long, the day spent surfing on the dunes, gone. Whoever built this coliseum sucks. Poor guy. Poor guy. Oh, it's one of these guys. Oh.
Your turn to shine.
Ow. Oh, it's not burning, dude. Well,
Elements.
maybe we'll get
converge.
lucky. No, we missed one. Fuck. Why the fuck did Loon go first? Is her speed too high now?
Violence.
I'll do it. Brace yourself.
That's more like it.
Let the ink flow. Elements converge.
Oh, there we go.
Here we go.
A storm is coming.
Oh, I got an. Really? This might kill it. Damn. God, that move is so fucking good.
Lovely.
This is a cool area. Let's go down to the bottom first. Well, this guy's got a bowl for a head. We're just kind of destroying everything, though.
Well, that will help.
Apply powerful on applying shell. Oh, apply regen for 3 turns? I didn't even see that one. Wait, doubles... Wait, what the fuck? Doubles all heals received. Put all the new stuff on him, why not? Hey Trishy, thank you for the 9 months, man. Thank you, thank you. was wondering if they were flying. That's okay. She just does so much damage with her free aim attacks. It's fucking crazy. Oh, I was thinking like, I wonder if you could fall off, but you can. Is this guy?
Ready to strike. A bit of violence, yes.
Pew pew.
Lovely.
I think those guys are just part of the scenery. Does go higher, even higher up.
Time to bleed.
Starting to feel kinda OP. Oh, we got music on this one. You know what, I'm gonna go get another drink, chat. I'll be right back. Okay. You guys been enjoying the music?
A bit of violence, yes.
Interesting.
Oh. They knew. Beautiful. We need to go back to camp to listen to the new song. We got a new music disc.
What have we here?
Man, we have... How many of these chroma catalysts do we have now? I wonder... Oh, to level 32? What the fuck? Bro, I thought 20 was the max. I thought that you were gonna need like a Titanite slab or like a chroma slab to get to 20. What the fuck? 32? All right.
This place is huge.
Yeah, no fucking kidding.
Thank Expedition 67 for destroying a lot of the walls to get further. Couldn't progress without that.
It feels like home.
Thank you, Expedition 67. Hey, Jason. Ooh, we can go to the mansion. Hell yeah. Mansion time. You haven't gotten one of those yet? I think we might have gotten it from one of the chromatic enemies that we killed. Wait. What? I can kind of see myself in the mirror. Oh, that's weird. It's like not... The fuck? There's no item here. What was the point? I guess just to come back? I don't know. It's kind of strange. Yeah, I'm gonna be in local sub every time I play this game from now on, until we beat it. Because the backseaters just cannot control themselves. Now they can scream into the void for all I care. As I get older, I wonder, can you ever truly know someone else? Then again, how many truly know themselves? Lucky few, perhaps. Is it a blessing to understand your darkest nature, or a curse to which we turn a blind eye? We lie to ourselves all the time, don't we? About things we'd rather not admit or confront, about ourselves, about each other, and there are things we genuinely don't see. Isn't that human nature? I wonder. I have nothing but the time these days to wonder. What I missed, that might have changed things. What is it that I didn't see, that I couldn't make myself see? Sounds like you have many regrets. When did she start pulling away? The man has gone silent.
Interesting.
Let's carve a path.
A bit of violence, yes. Foolish move.
Submitted your final paper today, so you're done with the semester. Congrats. Good job. Wait, where did I come from? Oh, I'm confused. I jumped down here, right? This is where I approached from. No. Okay. God, dude. I'm getting so
Interesting.
turned around, god damn it. Oh, okay. Just right here. I see.
Perfect.
On death, allies gain shell. Wonder how much that one... Well, I guess we can't see the Lumina cost of it yet.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
The doubling all heals received is pretty interesting, though. You could definitely make a... Like, put on all health and, like, defense charms or Pictos, and then give him the double healing and just let him tank the shit out. You just have one, like, dedicated tank who can just res people and stuff. Thank you for the 4 months, Cybernetic Runner, and Yukon, thank you for the 53 months. Hold on, let me turn my... Wait, why can't I hear my alerts? Can you guys hear the alerts? Actually, I wonder. Wonder why I can't hear them.
Radiance away.
A bit of violence, yes.
A storm is coming.
Hey, Merwin. Man, we are kind of just breezing through everything right now, though. Feeling a little OP. Oh shit. There's a mime. Mime hiding in the corner.
Radiance awaits.
A storm is coming.
Here we go.
Violence.
Watch out.
Let us stain them.
Let's carve a path.
The fun begins. It likes you.
Now's our chance.
My turn.
Getting spicy.
I'm fucking muted. How did I fucking mute myself, bro? What the fuck? I hate everything. God damn it. Oh yeah, what about that new haircut? Is that for her?
What's that?
The Tissue. It works for Siren.
So he creates all of that for her.
We should take it out. It would definitely be an advantage against Siren.
Yeah, the elemental genesis skill is like super OP is what I was saying when I was muted. I have 100% crit, so I can just get it guaranteed in 2 turns. Which is pretty OP.
Good stuff.
What the? Yo, this is like the guy from Spirited Away. Does not seem hostile. So is tirelessly engrossed in its work. Hold on, let me make a save first. Oh wait, it just made a save. Nice. Let's see. What the? Kills the character at the end of its duration. Oh. That's nice. Wait, why am I going first with Loon now? Does she have too much? Did I level her speed up too much or something?
Here we go.
Oh right, I didn't get the opener on.
Elements converge.
Give her energy.
Bring it on.
I mean, we could definitely beat him. Do I want to kill this guy, though? I don't know. Feels like most of the time... Well... Why not? I don't know, because maybe something different will happen if I don't just murder everything. He's not doing anything bad. Said he doesn't seem hostile. I guess we can see what he drops.
Elements converge.
Let's
Yeah.
carve a path.
Just not burning, so.
Bring it on.
Nice.
Elements converge.
Let's carve a path.
A bit of violence, yes?
Oh well.
Chroma is flowing. Meet your reckoning.
My turn. Here we go.
Time to bleed.
Those all low rolls.
Just try it.
Oh, just tank everything. Whatever, it's fine. That did not as much damage as I expected. I guess it doesn't matter. 108,000 anti-charm 3 chroma callus. Immune to charm. Tissinum.
Good job. No other expedition managed that.
No other expedition had a Lumina converter.
Yet this victory feels hollow.
Okay, why'd you have to say that? Why'd you have to say that? Why did you have to say that, game? Now you're making me feel bad about it. Now I'm not sure if I should have done that. I mean, he still fought us. He was still attacking us. It's not like he was defenseless.
Time to bleed.
She is just such a powerhouse, dude. It's the fucking weapon that she has, dude. This thing, like, look at it. It has 1300 power. The fuck?
Perfect.
I don't think it scales off luck. It's Vit, agility. Wow, we have 135,000 chroma. But we can go back to that merchant and buy the other weapon at some point. Alright, let's try to fight this guy, I guess.
Your
Sando.
Elements, converge!
Here we go.
A bit of violence, yes.
Just try it.
It's crazy that Elemental Genesis is only 4 AP. I feel like it should be like 9. It's so strong.
Here we go.
Take cover!
Oh. Well, that was a lot of damage for free. Thanks. Oh, I can't break. Dang it.
Thunder!
I can break with him, though.
Radiance awaits.
Sweet taste of battle.
You're outmatched.
I don't have anything for A rank except the powerful. We should swap out the powerful move for on Verso, 'cause it's kind of like whatever. We're back in Caster. Of course you take her. She was about to kill you, you fucker. Shit. The character, oh, come on, man. Oh, you fuck. Alright, well, I guess I'll send in the reserve team.
Ready to parry.
I should have put the weapon on her, god damn it. Oh, I missed the parry. God damn it, dude. Wait, did she attack herself? Oh, nice. Shadowbringer should be able to finish this, I think. Oh, it's... Wait, did it... Nice. I can't equip stuff mid-combat, dude. What the fuck? Oh, there's actually one of these guys here. Well, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go this way.
An advantage.
We have a lot of extra lumina now. Is this a merchant? Oh, hell yeah. Oh man, okay, well. There goes all my money. We have 42. Wow, okay. Mark requires one more hit to be removed. Oh wow, double mark. Okay, that's cool. Plus 1 AP on base attack on other energizing attack. 15% to powerful damage increase. Oh wow. Okay. Interesting. Well, we're gonna buy all of those. And we'll buy these as well. And we'll fight the merch. I probably should have chosen Loon. Well, whatever, it's fine. We have a lot of health on Verso, at least.
Not impressed. You're outmatched.
Oops. Chantinum. On turn start of stances, switch to offensive stance. Fire skills cost less AP. Plus 1 shield on switching to offensive stance. Oh, that's... The shield is interesting. Well, we can't afford that. Oh wait, anti-charm. Right, that's a Pictos. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I have this weapon. Confuso. It's a light weapon, and light damage burns on critical hits. And then I also have apply 3 burn instead of mark. So basically, you just like, if you have the marking shot on the free aim, you can have you have like the thing that gives you AP when you hit a marked target, and then you have a chance to mark a target when you free aim, and then that mark becomes burn instead. Yeah. was very good.
The sweet taste of battle.
Oh, I did not realize this guy had shields. No burn. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get 4 crits anyways. Always miss one. Oh, we should have. Oh, Mayhem blows them all up. That's nice. Five more Lumina? Okay, I don't know how much I like this outfit for her. I do, I think Pure and the swimsuit are, the best. Wait a sec. I think that was everything here. It's just the merchant. That guy. How much chroma did that guy give? Oh my god, wait, we can afford the weapon. Barely, I think. Nice. We're probably not even gonna use the weapon, but just for collection's sake. The bulge buff, yeah. What the hell is that item? You can grapple. You can grapple back. Shit, I don't know. How the hell do I get over there? Is it back out here? Maybe. Oh, maybe it is this way. I think we're on the right track. Aha!
Useful.
25% health when attacking a burning target once per turn. Oh my goodness. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Yeah, we don't really need double burn right now. I'd rather have, I guess, speed and, well, this is more speed. That puts us in before her, which is good. Hey, still solid. Thank you for the 41 months. Pawn Theory, thank you for the 19 months. Dazer, thank you for the Prime sub.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Interesting.
Luke, Expedition 67. We're out of explosives, but we've made enough holes in this place to reach that giant woman in the center. But something weird's going on. Everyone's been swept up in strange emotions. It both feels like us, but also not like us. Marguerite reckons we're feeling the overflow from that giant woman's feelings. Empathic distress, I think she called it. Like her mind is flooding the area with her thoughts and feelings. Maybe we'll just stay here and enjoy the melody.
What happened in 69?
69th Expedition. Fleur.
Thank you for the
Good
sub,
thing
Moon
Anthony
Save, and
upgraded all the climbing
USVTL.
handholds. Not only are they much
Thank you as well,
easier to
Dazer.
install in the cliff faces, they're also a lot nicer to use. We're setting the last few handholds tomorrow. Then we can finally get out of these caverns and see the sun again. I can't wait to rejoin the mountaineering team. I still remember that first mountain we scaled. Watching the sun rise above the clouds was magical. But rappelling down as we set the handholds was pure exhilaration. I know some of the others chafe at being restricted to recon only. I get it's not very satisfying making maps and prepping trails while people are dying. But this prep work will pay off in the long run. It may not be glamorous, but truly essential work rarely is. Doesn't make it any less important. And as the Expedition 69 motto says, we are literally laying a trail for the ones who come after. Step by step, handhold by handhold, each expedition carries the next one forward.
Thank you for the sub, Mr. McAaron. Thank you, buddy. We actually have a decent amount of skills that we could potentially use. I don't know. Well, we should get something on Verso, because we're currently using that powerful buff, but honestly, it's kind of what I, like, it's not that good.
Go forth. Touch the
Increases rank to A
demon
and refills
inside
all AP, but sets self-health to 1. It is potentially interesting. Is there anything that works on A rank? Oh, Light Holder. Well, A rank is plus 2 AP. At completion gains 1 rank. It doesn't get more damage, though. Oh. Wait, can reapply stun with Endbringer. That's really interesting. Alright, well, let's work towards that. We could put this on instead of powerful as well, just for the hell of it. Holy shit, look at how many freaking moves we have for Minoko. We should probably see if there's any new moves we want to put on. Twilight Dance. I mean, I guess technically if you're in A rank and you use this, and then you also have the Picto, you can make powerful last 7 turns, which is a really long time. It's okay, though. Alright, we'll change off the wacky hair. Go back to the...
We're finally there.
the French
She's
Bob.
waiting at the end of this tunnel.
Then we should prepare before we
shit.
head there.
I'm ready.
She's even grander than I thought.
Yune, you're okay, right?
I swear I've seen this dance before.
There's 3 different speeds in this game. I never really noticed. Or actually, wait, is there even... There's 3 different animations. Because you can walk, you can jog, or you can fly. Thank you for the 42 months, Dryminator. Thank you, buddy. Everybody's tripping. Verso is unaffected. I'm not sure if that's because I equipped the immunity charm or if it's just because it's Verso. My guess is the latter, but I don't know, because I'm pretty sure he has the immune picto on.
A bit of violence, yes.
She doesn't have that much health. I don't have any D rank skill either. That's okay, I guess. Let's just try to burn.
Danger!
Oh, bro.
Oh, really?
That's not good.
Let's carve a path.
Damn you, Minoko, you motherfucker.
Your turn to shine.
Well. I guess we can send in the reserve team. I don't think it's gonna go very well, but we can at least get some more practice. Oh, okay.
I'm waiting.
Jesus.
Take your shot. Try me. I'm waiting.
This is kind of sus.
Eyes don't lie. I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Oh no.
If I die, so be it.
No. Yeah, but I don't know when I'm gonna get it, Ebony. So you just spoiled that as well. So good job. Well done.
Let's carve a path.
I mean, some people don't care about spoilers.
Here we go. Just try it. Incoming.
Elements converge.
A bit of violence, yes.
Let's carve a path.
Your turn to dance.
Oh well.
My god, there's like an audio cue for that. Oh, and now I'm
Let's
dead.
carve a path.
Great. Wait, what? Oh, right, he's immune to charm. Okay, well that's good.
I'm back. Ready to evade. Ready to evade. Take cover!
Incoming. Oh well.
Oh man, fuck. Can I res?
Let's push forward.
Nice.
Did I die again?
Danger!
Get ready.
No way,
Now's
dude.
our
No
chance.
way, that was too early.
Let's carve a path.
Oh, come on.
Time for revenge.
Oh no. Oh my god. There's like an audio cue for that, but the problem is there's so much like audio, there's so much going on in the audio, it's incredibly hard react to the audio cue. I don't know. Maybe I should just do it based on like the visual or something. Oh. Well, we can break.
Lady Luck snack.
That's good. It might still be bone, but...
I'm waiting.
Okay, yeah, that's a bit better. Oh shit. I'm shocked that still worked.
Try
You
me.
get a lot of damage from that one. That's good. Oh shit. Oh god. Well, I'm healing every time I... Oh god. Am I still alive?
Today,
Oh. Nice. Dude, this heal that I'm getting, I can't remember. Oh, come on. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, we can do a Twilight dance. All right.
the stars judged you.
Dude, Sayel is truly like... She's so... What? Wait, what gives those... What gives those shields, man? Holy crap. Double check what she has, because whatever that is OP as fuck. Got some new clothes. Maybe we'll unlock the damage cap now. Oh wait, never mind, that's in Act 3. Hey JFK, thank you for the 9 months.
Is it you again? Why?
Well,
What did you see this time?
I don't know. Oh, a woman. It was. Why do I keep seeing things? Who are you?
My god, I'm so bloody. Barrier breaker acquired. You could face the paintress at the monolith. Oh. Wait, that's a weapon for Mael? Level 15, 1,000 power. Oh, look at that element. Steel shields removed by hitting enemies. Oh, wow. Switch to Virtuos on breaking any shield. Oh, wow, okay. That's pretty fucking good. Hitting a marked enemy breaks all its shields. Wait, so what the hell is it? Is it this one? Solidifying? Oh. +2 shields when the character's health falls below 50%. Wait, how much? It's only 10? Oh my god. Alright, I need to equip that on, like, everybody. I don't know. Solidifying seems kind of like a no-brainer, just for survivability's sake, to make things a bit easier. Need to take off 2. I mean, I guess we don't need auto rush anymore. It's kind of nice though. Take off the charging tint. Because the thing about solidifying is that I think if an attack would have... I might actually be wrong about this. I think if an attack would kill you, it still gives you the shields, but I might be wrong. Either way, though, it's definitely really good. Dude, what the fuck? Going to level 20 is a 500 power increase? Huh? The fuck? Can I spend time with anybody?
Occupied.
It's nothing. Just nerves. It's been a long road to get here.
Extra long for you, I imagine.
You, on the other hand, seem quite relaxed. You're not nervous?
Of course I am. We will do everything in our power, and either it will be enough, or it won't.
You used to be a farmer. Is that why you use a scythe?
I guess, yeah. Once a farmer, always a farmer.
Is a double-headed scythe very useful on a farm, though?
Double the efficiency. You should see how quickly I can harvest crops.
I'll bet. I used to love the gardens of Lumia.
Maybe I should put on a different
look quite
outfit for
different now.
this.
Probably a lot more variety than back then. The Outdome teams brought back loads of new plants from the surrounding islands. That's actually how I met Pierre. I asked his team for honey petal samples. He brought me a bouquet of them, and 15 boxes of plant cuttings.
Smart man. If you want to romance a farmer, live plants are probably better than dead flowers.
Dead flowers are nice too.
You don't talk about your husband much. Sorry.
It's okay. It's just... it still hurts that he's gone. Neither of us were perfect, but we were perfect for each other.
What happened to him? You don't have to talk about it.
He died in an accident on one of the islands near Lumiere. His body washed away.
I'm... sorry.
I was prepared for his gommage, but not for him to die in an accident. We were supposed to have 5 more years together. It's okay. I've learned to be grateful for the time we did have, instead of angry at the time we lost.
That's a good way to look at it. You were lucky to have found each other. Not everyone has that.
Yeah, I am. Very lucky.
Well, I can't compete with that.
You're competing in a different event.
And that's a nice way to say fling. Is there a future where I might, compete in the same event?
Let's just focus on today. And by today, I mean tonight.
And I feel used, but I like it.
I guess I forgot. Ain. Loon is upset that Verso skipped sentry duty. Sael is unable to save Verso from Loon's displeasure. I want to spend more time with Esquier.
can't believe we're this close.
Yeah.
Thank you. CL was right about you.
CL, right? I'm saying like every single
Actually, I
fucking
should-
name wrong.
Thank you.
I don't even care though.
I wouldn't have got this far on my own.
Tomorrow comes.
Working on the 33's journal. You planning to die anytime soon?
Well, you never know what tomorrow brings. Not to you, but to us.
Do you always take such copious notes?
Since I was 4.
Really? 4?
That's what happens when you have obsessive researchers for parents.
Still, 4 is young.
Not anymore. Not when you only live to 32. Everyone in Lumiere starts their apprenticeship at 6, and I was apprenticed to my parents, so they started me early.
I guess that's nice. They got to spend more time with you.
They needed a research assistant who never went home. The obvious solution? Birth your own. Look at you, getting me to talk about myself.
Doesn't that feel nice? My parents were both artists. Widely respected, very prominent artists. So, there was a great deal of pressure to follow in their path.
You're an artist, then?
Not the kind they wanted me to be.
Meaning?
Music is my passion.
Huh. Mine too.
What do you play?
Guitar. You?
Piano, mostly. But a little guitar as well. You know how to summon an instrument from Pictos, right? Of course you do. Maybe we could play together sometime.
Maybe we can.
Well, we are music buddies. I'm gonna start a band.
Still thinking about what you saw.
I wish Gustav was here.
You okay?
Yeah,
What's wrong?
nothing. Just thinking about Gustav. And Lucien. And everyone. Every time I think I've managed to contain it, a wave comes out of nowhere and drags me away.
I know.
How do you do it? After all these years?
They say time heals all wounds.
Does it?
But I guess death heals all wounds too. Bad joke. Sorry. Death is not necessarily final.
What does that mean?
Gustav lives on in other ways, right? Through your memories, through his influence on your life and everyone else's, through the Lumina converter and his research.
Yeah, that's true, but that's not very comforting when I'm missing him.
Try talking to him. I'm serious. It helps. Or at least, it helps me. I imagine what they would say. How they would react to things. It helps me keep them alive in my mind.
I'll try that.
Stranger.
Oh, we haven't gotten the level 3 breaks yet. Or gradient
finally
attacks, I
here.
mean.
We are.
You ready?
Yeah.
What are we gonna do with Minoko? Give him a new haircut?
I'm bored. Let's play cards or throw some dice.
Nuh-uh. You always cheat.
Scott. Hey, Pykel, thank you for the 2-year resub.
No, I always win. Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail them.
The other Jestrels never want to play with you either. Are they all weak?
Poor losers. Fine. How about a duel? We haven't had a proper duel in ages. Yes, a duel will be even more fun. Get our blood flowing.
All right, sure.
Right. Get ready to lose.
Oh, you're kind of tanky, dude. Where'd you get all that health,
Oh, well.
Minoko? God, I'm failing everything. Oh no. Not good.
Here we go.
Nice. Yeah, let's try this light one. I'm surprised. I thought that would have done more damage, to be honest.
Well.
Oh, hey, the shields. Hell yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, I'm really not doing that much damage. Woo! Oh, I'm alive. Am I still inverted? No, this is normal. Oh wait, I can't. Oh, that I fucked up. No! Damn it! I was trying so hard. Damn it.
Once again, I am victorious.
All right, Minoko.
Yeah, you walking hairball.
You know what? We just wanted to make him feel better. It's fine.
Ever gracious in defeat. Rematch.
All right, fine.
All right. Get ready to lose.
Fine. I'll rematch you. Oh. No. Oh my god, I'm getting a phone call from a... Jesus.
You're outmatched.
Oh, we're still in B rank. We might be able to finish him here. Oh, come on, give me crit. Oh no. Oh,
I'll manage.
I got you. Wow, 180,000 XP for that?
Aha!
Sheesh.
You, sir, have been defeated.
You got lucky.
What was it
I
you
did kind of
said?
get lucky.
Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail them.
You're right. Or I guess I'm right, since I said that. You have grown more formidable than I remembered. Your skills are strong. I respect your win.
And I respect your loss. You were right, old friend. That was fun.
That was a close
let's go get a
battle.
drink. I'm parched.
All right, Eskia, you better spend time with me, you you big balloon. Minoko Sanctuary. What does that do? You know, I don't think we've actually deals double damage if the target is stunned. I don't know if we've used Mighty Strike yet. Gives 2 shields and applies regen to all allies for 3 turns. Oh wow, that's good. I mean, I guess it depends what you're fighting, but I mean, shields just don't care about how much like actual damage you're taking, so. Medium single target ice damage 3 hits. Change to Almighty Mask if target is marked. Maybe we'll try this. I don't know. We need a different. Deals extra break damage. Caster Mask increased break damage. That sounds kind of interesting too. Applies powerful to allies. Oh, the cheer's good as well. Give AP to all allies. But we also apply powerful with if we use Gleiss Earthquake with heavy, so I guess applies a random buff to 1 to 3 allies. Applies a second random buff. That sounds kind of interesting. I don't what the hell is what does that even mean? Like I guess either powerful or rush or shell or shield. I guess it could be any of them. Kind of want to try change the hammering one. Critical hits deal double damage. Oh wow. Oh, this one gives shields. Oh, it's just for one person, but there's, I don't know, dude. There's just so much stuff. So many different moves. It's crazy. I don't know. Let's just leave it be for now. Oops.
I'm sorry.
Aww. It's okay.
Did you know sorry was my first rock?
Really?
Francois was super jealous, but he got one from Clair instead.
Wait. Francois has his own set of rocks. Why does he keep stealing yours then?
Because we're buddies. Francois is so fun. I'm sorry.
No, we can't
Did you
spend time with Eskia.
Wait.
What the hell?
Because we're
Scam. What about this one? Are we near the end? Not that close, I don't think. Time to go to sleep.
We've done it.
We're really going to face the Paintress.
And finally break this cycle.
That being said, someone here has been hiding a terrible secret from us.
What are you talking about?
You thought we'd never find out, didn't you? Nobody ever wondered what Esquier was made of, did they? Well, Esquier and I had a chat.
I'm sorry, Verse.
What the fuck?
She promised me sweet
What?
rocks.
Is that wine?
I stored my personal stash inside him. All excellent vintages. I don't normally share, but I suppose tonight deserves an exception.
Mon ami.
What the
I
fuck?
told you to stop drinking alone.
To your great generosity.
I don't know how you can like this.
It comes with age.
Do you have apple juice?
Yeah, I'll leave you to it.
That was quite the cutscene.
embrace her. Yet you're condemning her to die.
You brought him here.
I'm not here to fight. But my son, do you know what it means to disappear into nothingness? Have you thought through the consequences? Not just for you, or even me, but for them. Their memories, their dreams, their love for each other. Who really is the one painting death, and who paints life instead? We exist and we will exist for as long as she wants. You want to spoil what we've been given. Sometimes we paint the bars of our own prison. Your despair blinds you. You think you're ready to pay the price. But are you willing to let them pay the price for you?
May everything be decided before their very eyes.
Between the bars of their prison.
In the shadow of the monolith.
In the shadow of the monolith.
Wow. I drank too much last night.
I can't remember a thing.
You clean me out, mes amis.
You bunch of drunks.
Esquier is out of wine.
Swim on. Time for a swim.
Well, I don't know. I guess we just go over here. I would like to go back and do some more side content, but I feel like we need to, because like there's these islands and we still can't go underwater, so whatever the hell is gonna happen, like this feels like it would almost be the end of the game, like it should be, but it's not.
We can finally reach
it's obviously
the
not.
pages.
Let's
So
make sure we're well prepared beforehand. We still have a little bit of time. You should do the honors.
Oh, there's a merchant here. Wait, why the fuck? It's weird that it puts me back here. Oh yeah, this is where we got the outfit for Verso. I mean, I'm in local sub, so I'm pretty sure it's fine. Anyways. Oh, okay. I see. Alright, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back. Go get some more water.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
Alright. I am back. Time to face the Paintress. Surely we're going to be able to do this right away and we're just going to beat the game. Hey, Salad. Maybe we're just gonna like kill her only to realize like doesn't even make a difference.
We can do this. For Gustav.
For all of them.
Did you finish the Inferno run, Salad? You got to Kenda's shop. I see. The monolith. Sick. Leave Paintress alone. She's crying. I know. I'm sorry. I just have to murder her. It's okay. Are there expedition flags? Because it's a gameplay mechanic. And it also, the flag probably says 33, which means that it's our flag. Hold on, let's see. Oh.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
Slow walk, yeah. That's very slow. Wait, there's 4 different levels of walking then. Well, technically 5 even. You can do slow walk, slightly faster slow walk, jog, run, sprint. Oh, you can press LB to force walk. It's not the super slow walk though. It's the normal walk. Yo, Stennis, thank you for the raid. I assume you were doing DS2 Brando. How'd it go? Oh, right. Stennis isn't a sub, so I can't see his messages, can I? Rip. Sorry, Stennis. The backseaters are, kind of crazy. Up to 15 bosses without 222? Nice. Hell yeah. Scammed? Aha, my plan worked. It was all to get Stennis to resub. Thank you for the 10 months. What weapon are you using, Stennis? If you tell me you're using the ice rapier, I swear to God. Okay. At least it's not the ice rapier. Fucking everybody used the ice rapier.
A bit of violence, yes.
Oh shit. What are we, attacking her feet? Can we even... Wait. What? Huh? Wait a second, are we only able to attack with the barrier breaker? This might be like scripted. I don't know.
My, what lovely feet.
God damn it, Minoko.
Let us stain them.
Ready to strike.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I either need Mael and I need the breaker, or this is like scripted, but I can't flee, so I can't change my character. And I can't really like die on a purpose, so I don't know. I was gonna see what happens.
Overflowing with energy.
Oh.
Ugh, our attacks do nothing.
I don't understand. The gradient attack should work.
We're not strong enough.
Wait, Mael.
Oh?
I don't think this is...
No.
But yeah, you can load a save, but that's still not gonna progress the fight. Fuck. I made popcorn, chat. It was perfect timing. Batty, what the fuck? Excuse me.
Everybody okay?
Follow her. Quickly.
What?
This might be our only chance.
Yeah. Okay.
Is Verso baiting us? I hope not. I don't think so. Inside the monolith.
We are inside the monolith? What was that thing? Why did it help us inside?
Are you all right, Mael?
Up there. She's... the paintress. She's up there.
What do you mean?
I don't know, but I can sense the real paintress. Her heart is above us somewhere.
I guess we head up then.
Maybe there was no barrier early on. Nice miss.
Time to bleed.
Goodbye.
Well, that will help.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
What the hell? What's going on? Where'd the color go? Did she steal it for her painting?
Verso, what was that?
I don't know.
Fire. Again.
Or if that's a chromatic down there. What the? Bonk. That guy's not dead? What the? Now he is. feel like we're pretty OP at this point. I mean, I know we could be way more OP, but... Yeah, the attack on Minoko is really good. Oh right, these guys are flying. Oh, whatever. She'll kill them. Her free aims do so much. I don't know, we have like a really solid build. We have a lot of AoE, which is really nice. Using the most OP build is not fun. I don't even feel like I'm that, like, I'm not try-harding with my Pictos or anything. I have no, I don't feel bad about just clearing out the trash mobs instantly. I don't want to one-shot the bosses, though.
My turn.
I mean, we have like a decent combo with our build. I mean, we can. I don't know. Loon is really strong because in two turns I can basically use Elemental Genesis, which does like, I don't know, 100,000 damage AoE. Well, it does like 80,000 right now because of the cap, but I'm sure it does even more than that. I guess we'll fight this guy. Guy chromatic. And go further down. Aha.
Lovely.
A bit of violence, yes?
Nah, whatever. Oh. That wasn't too bad to counter.
Your existence ends now.
Let the ink flow.
What lucky feet.
Let's just give her some AP. Oh, he summoned minions, oh no. Might be able to kill here? I don't know, we'll see. No, not quite.
Careful. He's building up chroma.
No damage. Did that go through the shields? Yeah, I have a move that does 6 hits through shield, and it does more damage depending on how many shields the target has. It's called Chevalier Piercing. Chandelier, yes. Exactly. I feel like every character in this game is strong. You build them correctly.
A bit of violence, yes.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's concerning. I guess free aim just doesn't work. Nice, we got 4 crits. Well, does not seem like the shields actually prevent you from dying.
Here we go.
Oh.
Chroma is flowing.
I should have given her... Oh, I fucked up.
That hurts.
Alright, you're fucked, bud.
Again. Teaching her children to paint, huh?
Oh, big man.
Go forth, touch the demon inside.
Oh, it's one of the balloon guys.
A storm is coming. Elements, converge!
Oh well.
Oh, I barely got that jump off. Oh, there's a merchant. Hello, buddy. He's been stuck for ages. Tremors, ground starts floating, then bam, here I was all by my lonesome. So he just talks to himself all day? Okay. What you got, bud? Oh, wow. Oh, free aim shots spin the wheel to a random value. Hmm. The Fergaro seems pretty cool. Hmm.
Welcome home, Ashen One. A storm is coming.
No burn.
Ready to evade.
Oh, you did part 4? Is it up now, Salad? Hey, Dr. Kyle, thank you for the 22 months, man. Nice.
A storm is coming.
He should be dead here. Yeah. That's good to know. I will keep that in mind, Salad. Spell the first negative status effect received and gain 2 AP. Dude, 1100 HP on this thing? What the fuck? That's so much health. Make part 5 the finale? Yeah, but what about when 2X comes out?
What have we here?
I'll still be on the original one. I really do wonder how difficult the 2X is going to be. Yeah, it's 2X everything. So. Yep. I don't know, it might honestly be too difficult for permadeath. I'm still gonna try it. At the very least, it could make a fun, like, challenge run video, anyways. I don't know, I mean, we found the merchant. Probably okay. Skelly Lords, yeah, I asked him if he could add an option to like turn off the 2X for specific fights, like for Skeleton Lords and Gargoyles if it ends up being Like the main thing in 2X, I guess, that would make the rando more like once you get to the late game, the rando becomes, in my opinion, like too easy. So at least all of the boss fights are going to be potentially threatening rather than just the few that are normally dangerous.
Let's carve a path.
We are inside the monolith.
Let's carve a path.
A bit of violence, yes.
This move, it just does so much damage. It's so good.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Hey, Bora Bear, thank you for the 23 months, man. Thank you, thank you.
Good stuff.
One of these enemies will get to attack soon. Yeah, most of these trash mobs just get kind of fucked up.
My turn.
Sweet taste of battle.
I guess the piercing is probably better to use here. Wow, so many low rolls. Unlucky. Yeah, we're kind of just bullying all the enemies. Yeah, I mean, we could get new attacks on sale.
Let's carve a path.
I don't know, I'm not really too worried about it right now, though.
Time to bleed.
Well, this guy's pretty tanky.
Let the ink flow.
I should have used this on the other guy. Oh, we got 4 crits. Nice.
Bring it on.
Lucky.
Careful, Verso.
Dude, oh my god, that was so fucking slow. Holy shit. I did like 3 parries there before the attack went off. I was just spamming it. You don't like Sael's playstyle? I mean, I used her for several hours. I ended up switching off her because there was a boss that we were fighting that was completely immune to dark damage, and that's literally the only damage type that she fucking deals. So, yeah. But I've used every character, I would say a fairly equal amount. Just because you don't see me using it right now doesn't mean I haven't used them. You're required to have Minoko in team if you don't want to miss out on new abilities. Yeah, I don't really want to remove Minoko from the team at this point, because yeah, I'd like to get all the abilities. I don't know. Minoko's just the most interesting character. Okay, I'm gonna go this way. I think that Minoko's the most interesting because you get. He has as many skills as every other character in the game combined. Oh shit.
My, what lovely feet.
Lovely feet.
Let's carve a path.
Just apply some burn.
Elements, converge!
Ready to strike.
It's good that he ate Minoko. That's actually the best that we could have hoped for. Alright. Let's give her AP.
Overflowing with energy.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Bring it on.
Oh well.
Bring it on.
Let us stain them. Elements, converge!
Nice. We're in B rank. 2 more damage in Assault 0. Alright, we can break now. Crushing combo. Nice. Oh, well, the shield saved us. Ogchamp. Alright, we're gonna hit him with the Elemental Genesis
Meet your
again.
reckoning.
Boom!
Last ditch effort.
Phantom. Hit the break. Boom! Spit him out. Give me my Minoko back. Wow, Electrify only takes 1? Yeah, fuck it.
A bit of violence, yes.
I'll manage.
Is this gonna be enough?
Yeah.
Oh, I could've used my gradient attack. Oh well, that was enough anyways. Nice. Good fight. I'm at 80% base. Oh, well, I was at 80%. Oh, I guess I put Healing Fire on. How much does Healing Fire... It takes 10? Apply mark when attacking a marked target. Well, my marks get turned into burns with Verso, so I don't know. Oh, that gives her crit. We could put that on. I don't even like need to level up, to be honest, but it's okay. Why not?
Good stuff.
Just making sure I'm not missing anything. These are big boys. It's nice that burn still applies through the shield. This guy does not have as much health as I expected.
It likes you.
Sakaram. Ranger Sakapatat's foot. Oh wait, robust. Or wait, was there both? Applies powerless for 3 turns. Balanced mask. Five hits deals more damage against powerless targets. Ooh. Heavy mask deals increased damage. Interesting. I mean, we could try some different stuff. We could put that on there, but then we need... I think I still want to keep using Earthquakes. Earthquakes does good damage, it's AoE, it applies powerful to the team, which is very strong. We can change the red one, though, to something else that breaks, I suppose. I should probably get something that applies powerless, though. What? Which one was it that applies? One applies defenseless. Oh yeah, there's this one. It's only one hit though. Is there anything else that applies powerless? No. Whatever. Do we still want the slash? We need something that can break. Oh right, we haven't even used the trumpet yet. Can you break with a caster one, I wonder? This one deals extra break damage, but it can't break. A Brawler Bash can break. Oh, I guess there's also Ballet Charm to apply powerless. Maybe we'll do that and then switch the red one to something else. Oh, we could do this one. This one breaks. Vendange can break. Sure. I thought I'd just switch up his skills.
Useful.
Since I've been using the same ones just over and over again. Though I'm probably still gonna find myself spamming the earth attack.
Minoko, get ready.
I guess I didn't get first strike there. These guys have shields. Oh, oops.
Not impressed.
Well. Oh, we got a burn. Nice.
I've lived through worse.
Should be able to break him.
Foolish move.
Let's push forward.
That's fine. So we hit him with that. Hit him with the Radiant Slash. Break him. Oh. We'll hit the res.
Thank you, my dear. Don't use this.
She can be healed. We'll res him, it's fine.
Yes.
Or maybe we'll just... I mean, this isn't gonna do enough damage to kill him. We could do the Chevalier Piercing instead. It is 6 hits. Okay, that damage is fucking trash. Ruh-roh. Oh no.
Watch out, Minot. Ready to evade. I'm ready. I'll do it.
No! Reserve team! God damn it. Fucking burn, you bitch.
Okay.
I gotta say, Virtuo Strike is fucking trash. Whatever, we're gonna kill him here.
It's not to me.
Wait, he gets to do another attack? What the fuck?
Ready to parry.
Dude, what? Alright, now it's time to die.
Time to strike.
Shadowbringer. Catapult Sakapatat's foot.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, it's nice you still get the foot even if you send in the reserve team. Kind of annoying if you didn't. I don't want like a milkshake, chat.
Well, that will help.
I'm just a big old fatty. Chatter was right. I don't want like a banana milkshake from Five Guys. That sounds splendid. Oops, running into the wall. What the? Oh, that's Minoko. Whoopsies.
Let's carve a path.
I could have just done this move like right away.
Your turn to dance.
One more. Scott, yeah, it's bad, man. I mean, I had to quit my Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough because it was like so bad. Even when I was in local sub, like, yeah, people were still... Oh, I see it. Wait, did I get it? Oh, it's just took a little bit to get here. Damage taken is randomly multiplied by a value. Oh shit. It's roulette except for damage taken. Well, Scott's already beaten the game, so I'm sure he doesn't care. Okay, well, we could put it on. 89% crit. We are going to, die very easily, though. I feel like backseating has just become more commonplace these days.
Let's carve a path.
Like, I don't know, maybe it's just because my stream has grown a lot too, but I don't know, man. I feel like I never... Like, I used to do playthroughs and it was just never this bad. But again, yeah, it's probably just a case of... playing, or like my stream getting bigger, I guess. Carry timing on this is so awkward. Oh, come on, dude! I hit that.
Let's finish this.
Oh. That was a good fight. It's fine. Backup team coming in.
Their defenses are down.
Careful now.
Well. Guy's kind of dangerous.
You're outmatched. Bring it on.
Nice. Okay, there we go. That was good.
Your turn to dance.
Ah, too early. I don't even think the guy's burning. Come on. Oh, there's always the one miss, dude.
Let the ink flow.
Well, Mayhem will do a lot. It might be enough even to kill. Oh, so close. Nice. See you later, wee lamb. Is this where I came in? I'm so confused. 'Cause yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to... I feel like when I'm playing this game, sometimes I just lose sense of my surroundings and I get confused. I like kind of having a mental map of where I am. Just want to make sure I'm not missing stuff. So this is the way that I went, I believe. Yeah, because we went up there, and then so we also have the pathway over there. Can't jump down. Okay. Let's just go check. There's like one other pathway this way. I don't know if we've been here or not. It just loops around. Okay. Maybe we did loot something here before then. Oh yeah, it was on this corpse. I remember. Okay. There's quite a few merchants that I've managed to find that a lot of people missed, so, you know, I think I've been doing a good job with being thorough with my exploration. Need shiny stones. Prism stones?
Good stuff.
It's nice. The controller vibrates when you're next to a grapple point to, like, tell you to look around.
Useful.
It's a nice little touch.
Who is she fighting?
Her husband?
It looked like Renoir.
Let's carve a path.
Interesting.
Oh, there he is.
An advantage.
Okay. Is this gonna reset its position? I hope not. This fucking golem is so, it's so good, like... I feel so cheesy just spamming it every time, but it's like... 30,000 damage to everybody. I guess we could apply Powerless and then try Obscur Sword. 99 damage. Wow. Any burns? Oh, nice. What the hell? Why am I doing, like, nothing? Oh, I think I need to free aim this one.
I'm ready. Ready to evade.
Coming.
Warriors are on a dance.
Yeah. Oh, that's perfect for me.
A bit of violence, yes.
Chroma is flowing.
Not a problem. There's a windmill. Is this where I... This is where I came in, right? Or is it? Yeah, okay. I'm not even getting lost, I'm just making sure I'm not missing stuff, man. Oh right, we came next to the windmill, I just didn't realize, I wasn't actually paying any attention to it. I didn't even realize that was where we were. Before. Alright. Does this go in a circle as well?
What have we here?
Oh, no. What in the hell? This is a long frickin'... Oh shit. This is concerning. Oh, these guys are gonna be really strong. Because I think these guys are chromatic. Well, maybe they're not chromatic, actually. I don't know. No.
Not impressed.
Nice.
Take cover!
Woo! Nice.
Bring it on.
Damn it. You fucker.
I won't waste this.
I guess we'll do Phantom Stars. I don't know. I don't actually really know.
Meet
This should do a ton.
reckoning.
Oh, yes. Oh my god, yes.
To shine.
Oh, makes the character play twice in a row.
Getting spicy.
That did not do much damage. Not as much as I expected anyways.
Now's our chance.
Damn. Wait, what did I get from that? Oh yeah, it was a hairstyle, right? Okay. So many enemies.
Let's carve a path.
These guys are kind of tanky, actually. I mean, if I can get one Elemental Genesis off, they're all dead,
Watch out,
though.
Minoko. Brace yourself.
Damn.
Just try it.
Sweet taste of battle. Try again.
Yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. They're all fucking dead. Farewell. God, the Elemental Genesis is, it's so good.
Useful.
Plus 1 AP on hitting an enemy's weakness. Oh, wow. Maybe we could give her speed and crit rate instead, and then put on counter 2. I'm not even sure if we need the 2 counters equipped with the damage cap being a thing at the moment, but it's okay. Well, I have Rush at the beginning of the fight, and I'm not sure what the other one is. Well, I get powerful when I use... If I use Minoko's... If I use the Earthquakes, and he has the Heavy Mask on, then I apply Powerful to all allies. Which, speaking of, I also have this equipped, so I get 15% increase to powerful damage. So the buff is buffed, essentially. I don't know about this random defense one, though. I don't know how I feel about that. How much, actually... Well, we're at 108,000. I kind of want to go back to the first merchant in the level. I don't know how far back that is, though. Can we even go back that far? Maybe we should get to the flag. Maybe we should get to the flag first, and then we can fast travel back, I guess. There was nothing else up here, right? Sorry, I'm like so scatterbrained. I don't think so. There was an insane Pictos that gave... It was like over 1,000 HP. Oh, here we go. We have a lot of skill points to spend, too. We are missing 8 skills on Minoko. We've actually unlocked almost a good majority of them. We still never tried sword ballet, I don't think. Go down that path. I guess we didn't try payback either. That's okay. Why is 10 foretell? That's a lot. Shell powerful and rush to all allies? Oh wow. That's a good fucking... That's nice. Terraquake seems nice as well. Do I have any other AoE move? I don't know. The fire one is whatever. I don't really care for it. I guess that's fine. Alright, so now let's fast travel back. Oh, I think I just traveled to the same spot I'm already at? Oh, no, you can't do that, actually. Wait, was the merchant close to the entrance? I think he was. Fuck. Wait, I might be... I don't know. Big guy's back. Okay, clearly the merchant is not at the start. Oh, here he is. Alright, Minoko's a lot tankier now. Oh, energizing pain is also crazy amount of health. Man, I could get Minoko up to like 5,000 HP. Wow, this Figaro is pretty fucking good. Like, the damage is... I don't know, it's lightning, but it's level 15 and it has the same power, so... Might want to upgrade that, actually. I don't want to fight you. Okay. This has been a long section. I mean, it's the Paintress's area or whatever, after all. Oh, oops. Wait, what the? I wish I had a better AoE move on. I mean, I guess I could do Radiant Slash. Let's do okay damage. Whatever. Earthquake it is. Earthquake, man.
Coming.
These guys are so resistant to dark, holy shit. Sealander, thank you for the 12 months.
Useful.
Alright, fine, I'll go... How do I get back up? Oh. Just climb back up. That makes sense.
Good stuff.
Oh. Wait, so... Is that the way I'm supposed to go, or...?
An advantage.
Okay. I don't think it's a secret. I think that's the intended way. Minoko, you coming? Wait a sec. Wait, no, this is where I was. Oh my fucking god. How does this happen to me so often? I'm so dumb. I was like, oh, there's a flag here. Oh, this enemy. Dude, oh my god, I got so turned around. What the hell?
Good stuff.
There's nothing over there.
Good stuff.
The battle transitions. Yeah, that probably is part of it. Let's go with that. Oh. So, I actually still don't understand how these enemies work.
A storm is coming.
That move uses so much more AP, but I need a better. I mean, Elemental Genesis is amazing for AoE, but
Elements converge.
I have to actually build up all the charges first. pipes. Is there a consistent way to set up that nuke attack? If you have 100% crit, you can consistently set it up in 2 turns. Oh, nice. Oh, what the? Music. Hey, get out of the garden, Verso. You're ruining the flowers.
His little grin. So proud of his latest creation. But at least those memories remain. What hurts more are the memories unmade. The conversations we'll never have. The time we'll never spend. I want rage to consume me. Anything to fill the hollow. But rage won't come. And I just float in an endless nothingness. The person I cannot be around is Alicia. Her pain is a broken mirror. The shards reflecting back tenfold, and every moment with her the cuts deepen and I feel myself unraveling. I know what he'll say. But this is the first time I've felt any surcease. For a few moments a day, my heart beats again.
Got a whole garden to ourselves now, man. This is sick. The greenhouse. Oh, we're upstairs. Nice. Hey Funky, thank you for the 75 months. Oh, each AP used to cast a skill generates 5% gradient. Okay, so the 9 AP skills give 45% gradient then. It's quite a substantial amount. I don't really have a good build for like gradient usage, to be honest. I think this game has a good chance at Game of the Year, but, I mean, I guess it depends what else comes out this year. Yeah, I mean, you didn't really need to tell me that, Infinity Arts. I kind of assumed as much, but let's keep the information to a minimum here. Baby steps. That baby steps will be interesting. More defense. Is Baby Steps even coming out this year? I think there's still no release date for it. And Silksong is supposed to come out this year, right? But then... I don't know. I'm like almost kind of doubtful. I feel like it actually won't, but...
We're inside her mind. These are memories.
Am I playing on expert?
The chroma.
Yeah.
I can read it.
Do I not have expert in my title right now? Oh, what the fuck? Can't read, it's okay.
Elements confirmed.
If we get lucky, we'll be able to Genesis. Oh, well that's awkward.
Sweet tasting that.
We are not gonna be able to Genesis very easily here.
Chroma is flowing.
So we need ice. But we can't get ice. So I wonder... I mean, we already have light. I don't know. I'm gonna try to elemental trick again. I don't know if this is gonna work. See, now I have 2 earth. Yeah, that's fucked. Okay.
The fun begins.
What about if I increase the free aim? No, it's still kind of ass. I just don't know which ones get replaced. You know, let's just use Mayhem. Mayhem is still good. It'll do like 10,000 damage. Well, or I was gonna say 40k, but it doesn't actually do quite that much. Oh, whoops.
Radiance
Elements
okay.
converge.
Yeah, one of them's gonna heal, but that's okay.
The bitter dregs.
ready to strike. Your existence ends now.
That is not good damage.
Chroma is flowing.
Oh, we can gradient attack now. Not that it's very good. Well, let's just Mayhem again. Oh, you can't Mayhem. You can't. It doesn't work on dark stains, I guess. What is this guy's gradients? 2 hits, deals double damage if the target is stunned and goes to Almighty Mask. I mean, that did a lot of stun. Okay, right, and now we're in Almighty, which is nice. Can break. So I wonder, will this might be able to break? Oh, it does. Nice.
A storm is coming.
He's what is he? Fire right now? Ooh, wow, that did a lot of damage. Holy. Nice. Oblivion Remaster could win Game of the Year. I've heard, I've started to hear that, I don't know, there's like some stuff in the remaster that they were apparently really lazy about. Like in Oblivion, apparently there's different types of the same armor. Like there's variants of armors, and in the original game, the variants look different, but in the remaster, they just all look exactly the same.
Let's carve a path.
Which is pretty fucking lazy, honestly.
Just try it.
Time to bleed.
Useful.
Remasters being in the running for Game of the Year, yeah, it's really stupid. I agree. A remake makes more sense, because it is like a new game after all. Oh, merchant. I don't think we have much money, though. Damn it. Oh, well, actually, this isn't bad. Oh, we're probably gonna have to come back. Alright, Minoko, you got this.
Sweet taste of battle.
Fuck him up. This is such a long attack, holy fuck.
I'd love a dance. A bit of violence, yes.
Can't remember what powerless actually does.
Foolish move.
It's only for one turn that you apply powerless, though, I think. Or, oh, no, actually, it's for more than that. Oh, wait, it doesn't even say it's... I guess it's just for the whole fight. Last of Us is full price on Steam. Dude, fucking Super Mario Odyssey is still full price. Like, frickin' Super Mario 64 is probably still $60. Fucking Nintendo.
있어?
15% to defenseless damage amplification. I mean, that seems pretty decent. Gargalon. The Garganon. This is a burn weapon for CL. Don't you just love how every game these days you can pay $20 or $30 to play it 2 days early or 3 days early? It's so great. Pretty sure they're doing the same thing for Doom. But I mean, I don't know, you can't really, like, everybody's doing it, so.
Nice.
Enfeebling attack. Base attack applies powerless for 1 turn. Oh, okay. That's actually... maybe we'll put that on. I guess we lose some speed. We only have 720 speed. It's kind of bad, but we are tanky as fuck. We have 1,000 defense. How much does greater... So all the ones we have equipped are only 10. It's not bad. Some Pictos have insane Lumina costs. Like 30. I still need to get myself a Switch too. Or like get a pre-order for it. But the thing is, Duskbloods doesn't come out. It's not like a launch title, right? So yeah, I don't know if I really care to get one like when they. Like, that's really the only game. And there's no mainline Mario game. There's no like Mario Odyssey being released on the launch either, right? So kind of a shitty launch, if you ask me. There's like a Mario Kart, I think.
Sweet.
Dude, why did this attack just do so much damage? I don't actually get it. Like, it's so... I mean, even I have attacks that cost double the AP, and even when I use them with the right card, they still just don't do that much damage. It's so strange. That's awkward.
Brace yourselves.
You're outmatched.
Yeah, I guess there is the new Donkey Kong game, that's true. Rosalind. I don't know, I like my current weapons so much. Earth Stain applies 1 shield, 20% increased damage with skills. Generate a light stain when consuming stains, AP on consuming lights. Break damage per Earth Stain. 30% increased crit chance per Ice Stain. Oh, interesting. 5% of a gradient charge on critical hit. Oh, wow. This one actually seems not bad. Because you get a shit ton of gradient. If you're crit capped. But at the same time, we also consume a lot of... I mean, when we use Genesis, we consume 4 stains. When we use Mayhem, we consume 4. And you deal 50% more damage per stain. So, like... yeah, I don't know. If you get... I mean, if you get lucky, you could technically have 4 stains for 200% more damage on a skill. Granted, we're at damage cap right now, but when we no longer are at damage cap, this thing is gonna... like 4 active dark stains, any skill can consume them to deal 300% more damage. Crazy. But it, oh my, holy fucking flashbang, what the hell was that? Honestly, I want to see FromSoft try to make like an extraction game. Like I would love a like a Souls-like extraction game of some kind. I feel like that would be so interesting. But I also like extraction games a lot. But I would want it to be like fantasy, not like fucking shooter like Tarkov. I much prefer like fantasy. Isn't it Duskblood? I don't really think Duskblood is like that. But I'm not 100% sure.
Let us stain them.
Oops. I'm probably at the damage cap without roulette, but I don't really care. Well, it depends what I'm attacking with. Not always. Use roulette to do less damage, yeah. Your train station. My mom just bought me a new train. Your maman bought you an entire train? Yes, she knows how much I love them. Boy turns back to admire his train. Interesting. Where can you take us? From here, your next destination is Lumiere, my hometown. Alright, take us there. I guess. I don't know where else to go. I just hope that there's systems in Night Rain to add like a good amount of replayability. I'm a bit doubtful though. I hope I'm wrong, however. Okay, well, judging Night Rain off the network test is is fucking really dumb. No offense. I mean, like, if you don't like the gameplay loop in the network test, then that's fair. But I also don't... The network test is such a small scope of the game. I don't know.
A bit of violence, yes.
Okay, I mean, that's fine, Solmira, that you disagree. And, you know, you don't have to play it. I just don't... I personally don't think it's fair to judge a game based on such a small... Like, what is it... I don't know why I'm going into this with you, but what is it that makes you not like the game? Is it too repetitive? Or do you just not like the gameplay loop? Because if you don't like the gameplay loop, that's completely fair. But if you're like, oh, the game has no content, well, yeah, it's a network test. What do you mean there would be substantial evidence? Like, when Elden Ring... I mean, I'm not going to compare Night Rain to Elden Ring launch, because it's not really the same, but, like, imagine when Elden Ring came out, or when the network test came out, and you're just like, man, Elden Ring's going to have nothing. There's only Limgrave. That's essentially what you're doing.
It likes you.
I mean, I will say I'm slightly concerned about Night Rain not, like, Night Rain is always going to take place in Limveld or whatever the fuck it's called. Like, the map is always going to be the same, but the map will change. But I'm curious, like, how much will it change? And, you know,
an advantage.
Like, when Elden Ring first got announced, it's not like they showed off every zone in the game in the trailer and every boss. They kept so much stuff secret. And, I mean, maybe that's the same thing with Night Rain, or maybe we've just seen everything the game has to offer. Maybe it will just be, you know, there will just be the volcano thing and the like moon thing or whatever. Maybe there's 3 different map changes, but I'm hoping that's not the case. And, you know, with FromSoft, generally they keep a lot of stuff secret because they don't want to just spoil everything that's in the fucking game. So hopefully there's much more than what they've shown.
I don't understand.
Verso? You okay?
Yeah, fine. Let's keep moving. We're almost at the top.
No, it's not made by the main... Well, I mean, we don't know if it's made by the main dev team. Who fucking knows? They could have 10 teams at FromSoft at this point with how much money they've made from, like,
You're outmatched.
Elden Ring and shit. Who knows? Really.
Violence.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Night Rain is not going to be the next It's not gonna be the next, like... It's not gonna be the next Elden Ring. I know it literally has Elden Ring in the name. And I know that's kind of a stupid statement, because it technically is the next Elden Ring, but you know what I mean. Like, it's not... It's not a new IP or anything like that. I hope that Night Rain at least keeps us busy for like a month. I would be happy if we at least got like a month of like playing it, but I don't even know if it'll be that. It really just comes down to how much like replayability the game has. It'll have good bosses. The thing is, I mean, I watched like the overview trailer, and it kind of seems, it almost seems like some of the Night Lords are gonna just be bosses that we've fought before. Like, I don't think all the Night Lords are gonna be new bosses, but I hope I'm wrong about that.
Just try it.
FromSoft gives up on making Souls games because they think they can make more money with multiplayer games. Okay, well that is a really... I don't mean to be rude, but that's a really dumb statement. I think FromSoft just wants to try new stuff, and they don't want to be pigeonholed into making the same thing forever. And the thing is, when they released the Duskbloods trailer, they specifically, Miyazaki had to specifically say in the interview, in like multiple interviews, that they are still working on, you know, what they're known for, which is Souls-like games. Because so many people are like, oh my god, they're making a game that's not a Souls-like, oh my god, like, the FromSoft is ruined, they're trash now, horrible game company, I've lost all faith. It's like, dude, they've released like 7 fucking banger games, and they try something different, and people are fucking freaking out, like, I don't know. It makes me kind of sick. And maybe I'll eat my words, and maybe FromSoft will just make multiplayer games for the next 10 years. But I don't know. I don't see that ever happening. Elden Ring sold insanely well, and they know that if they make another like single player, well, I mean the Souls games have multiplayer, but you know, if they make another Souls-like, it's going to do very well. I don't know, it's crazy to me that people are saying stuff like that. You know, that FromSoft is done making the Souls-like games when they just released Elden Ring DLC less than a year ago. Smash.
Storm is coming. Thunder.
Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay.
A storm is coming. Converge! Careful, Verso. I'm ready.
nearby. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. I know you don't want that to be true. I just think it's crazy to say, like, after it has been like half a year. Well, I can't remember when the fucking Elden Ring DLC came out, but it's been like half a year, and people are already saying that FromSoft is done. Like, how can you? Like, if it's been like several years and they keep releasing fucking multiplayer games, sure, but I don't know. I just think it's a bit silly.
Charlotte, 70. We finally installed the last set of grapple points, with only days to spare. And for the first time, I feel real hope. This is our gift for all the expeditions to come. I am incredibly proud of our team. The interior of the monolith is perhaps the harshest landscape we've encountered. Final set of grapple points were excruciatingly complex to place and required painstaking focus and skill. Charlotte, 70. We finally installed the last set of grapple points, with only days to spare. And for the first time, I feel
Oh my god, why is
hope.
this so fucking jank?
This is our gift. For
Dude.
Charlotte, 70.
Why
We
is this
finally
so,
installed the
like,
last
I
set of
can't,
grapple
that
points,
pisses me
with
off
only
so
days to
much,
spare.
actually, what the fuck?
And for the first time, I feel real hope. This is our gift.
Okay,
For
whatever.
all the expeditions to come.
Like, you
I am
can't
incredibly proud
scroll it.
of our team. The interior of the monolith is perhaps the harshest landscape we've encountered.
You can't scroll
Final
it.
set of grapple points were excruciatingly complex to place and required painstaking focus and skill. But we were bold. We were ambitious, and we refused to stop. There's no other group of people I'd rather be with, and it is an honor to die by their side. It is fitting that we greet our end together within the monolith that has loomed over us for so long. Though this Nevron has won the battle, the expeditions shall win the war. Tomorrow is here.
Damn. It's impressive. No, I'm not playing on mouse and keyboard. That's the thing. It's, hold on. So, like, maybe I'm just dumb.
Charlotte.
Okay, see how I can scroll it right now, right? And that's fine and all. Like, I can play the voiceover, I can scroll it. But then if I move my mouse even just like at all, I can no longer use the controller. Like, the controller just breaks completely. So, like, see here, it says play voiceover. Oh wait, now it works. Oh, that is so strange.
Charlotte, 70.
If you switch back, yeah, that's so weird. Well, yeah, but yeah, I know, I understand this because the game thinks I switched to mouse and keyboard, but like, if this is super minor, but if I click on it,
Charlotte,
right,
70.
like this, and then I switch back to controller, now I can't do anything.
And for the first time, I
The
feel
only
real
thing I
hope.
can do is back out of the menu.
This is our
See how it
gift.
just says B button back? But like, normally,
Charlotte, 70.
normally you press play voiceover
Charlotte,
and then you can
70.
stop it, and you can also scroll
We
it,
finally installed.
and you can press back. I don't know. It's just, for some reason, if you switch to keyboard mouse and then back to controller, the controller inputs just break. Unless you reload the screen. It's honestly a pretty minor thing. Really not a big deal, but just kind of it's just awkward. I'm trying to scroll the thing. This is so weird.
Perfect.
Yeah, I can't believe this. I can't believe the journal is bugged in a very specific circumstance. Ruined. Honestly, I don't even know if I want to fight these enemies. Like, they're so... I don't know, dude. I'm just kind of wrecking all these fights. I mean, I guess it's giving us XP, which is great and all.
Violence.
Let me flow. Elements converge.
Dang it.
Your turn to dance.
Time to die.
Meet your reckoning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting a lot of chroma from them too, and XP, so it's probably worth fighting all of them. It's just, yeah, most of these trash mobs, it's, you know, I just find myself doing the same. I just have to do like the few moves over and over again, and every fight is just done. Don't really have to think about it. Just becomes a little like monotonous or repetitive fighting the trash mobs. No, I don't plan on upgrading every weapon. Wait, this is... Okay, I have not been in there.
You print money. I like money.
Chatter's backseating in the void. Go back, streamer! You need to fight the paintress! You missed the best Pictos in the game, Dist! Why aren't you using the best this thing, Dist? You should really use this, it's really good. Why aren't you using my L? She does 10 billion damage. Okay, we're just going backwards, that's fine. Is that how we sound? That's how the backseaters sound, yeah. Oh wait, we can go over here though. Oh, this is like towards the docks, isn't it? Wait, I can't jump there though. Did I go over there? They don't know how to get to me. S vitality. Oh, yeah, never mind. They got to me.
A storm is coming.
Burn? No burn. Always the one miss crit. God dang it. Dude, oh my god, that fucking gradient attack is so stupid. It's so delayed, man. Fuck. No, that's not good. Yeah, how do you like that, bitch?
Foolish move.
Oh, come on.
Let's carve a path.
We should probably just res everyone.
Sorry I failed.
It's okay. It's okay. You're just a failure.
Minoko, get ready.
Brace yourselves.
Oh my god, dude.
Why, yes, I'd love a dance.
Can I fucking play? Oh, they're enraged, I see. Oh, come on, man.
Ah, what to choose?
I don't even know what to do right now. Fucking kill one of these bastards. I should have done my earthquakes, man. Fuck. Oh, let's revive her.
Up we go now.
Alright, he's burning. We can get Genesis, and then we're gonna... if we get Genesis, we can fucking destroy everything. Let's Phantom Stars. Maybe we should heal. Should maybe heal Minoko because he's so tanky. Yeah, I'm gonna heal him.
Incoming.
Okay.
Why, yes, I'd love a dance.
Oh, I'm probably dead. Dude, they get so many attacks off! Oh my god! We're fucked.
I'm waiting.
Wow, what a sick counter that was. Epic. You don't do fucking anything. We need to, like, nuke one of these guys out of existence.
So be it.
We need to kill these fucking guys. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Fucked up. We do fucking dark damage. That's so cringe. Oh.
Look out.
Oh, like I hit those, but... Fucking die, please. Oh no. It's okay, I can res.
On me.
Oh, maybe not.
Luck smiles today.
I think it's best just to free aim. Okay. Well, maybe not. I don't know. That did like 30k. Nice. We have a gradient charge. Wait, is this guy... Wait, does dark work on this fucking guy? I'm just gonna test. I don't think it does. Oh no, it does. Okay, so I can use my gradient attack then. It was just the minion.
Okay.
And we just really don't have any, like, our damage is so bad on her. Because the thing about Niall is that until you get rid of the damage cap, she just fucking... I mean, I guess, like, free aim would be your best damage potentially. Alright, let me gradient attack. Ah, the damage is just so bad. Awful.
Ready to parry. Okay. Let's spill some ink.
I feel like I just do the most damage if I just free aim.
Let's
honestly. Well, Twilight Dance should do a lot.
Stars judged you.
That was good.
Ready to parry.
I have a ton of shields on Niall at least, which is great. Oh, we can gradient attack again now too. I believe it buffs free aim. I could be wrong. No. That's okay. I can res her.
Spill some ink. Still need help.
Well, well.
Now this fight would have been over a lot faster if we had just stayed on, like if we had reloaded, but it's okay. Whatever. Damn. Break. Base attack can break. Oh. That's cool. I guess I use base attack a good amount on Verso sometimes. Not always, but... Can take off the charm thing. 77% crit. Tremesso, what is that? Gain 1 rank on counterattack. Increase counterattack damage. Ooh. That's a kind of an interesting one. I do really like the burn combo with Loon, but you can also get... Like, I could pivot to something else, potentially, because I mean, instead of getting burn or crit from burn, I could get crit from defenseless, or... I don't know, I think there's other ones that can also give increased crit. It's probably also possible just to hit 100% just sheerly from Pictos and stats. Alright, well. I guess it's time to go down. More HP. Wait, did I rest? Surely this is going to be a cutscene here.
Oh, hey, Cuphead, thank you for the 100 months.
You.
We're taking her down.
She's not the only one who grieves. The pain of losing you, she made me inherit it. Punishment, perhaps, for not being there when it mattered. I refuse to lose my son.
That son was a stranger.
But you're not. You're not.
You lost me years ago, and I lost you.
So you leave us no choice. Tell me, how are you different from her in doing this?
I'm tired.
So trust me. We are your family.
Family is complicated.
If saving you means losing you, then so be it.
We only need to incapacitate him.
We'll find a way to kill him.
Bold of the guy to talk about family after killing Gustav. Alright, time for my elemental trick. We're probably not gonna hit 4 crits, but maybe we will. Oh, missed one. Classic. Oh. Alright, I'm just gonna give her AP.
Bring it on. So little for us.
The bitter dregs.
You're fine. But just an RTSR setup, you know?
Don't break her heart.
No margins ever. Elements, converge!
Manage.
I've got this.
Ready to evade.
See, we need each other.
Oh, that's not good.
The fun begins.
My fucking good move, dude! You screwed me over!
Let's carve a path.
That was my big damage.
Take me all you want, as long as you're alive to do it. Do you remember what it was like before?
No, that's fine. Just go. I'll be back. I'm gonna res him.
Last-ditch effort.
Must rage.
Yeah, I bet you weren't expecting that, buddy.
Don't turn away from us.
That's awkward.
Oh, really?
Oh no. Bonk. Oh no. That's
Your
scary.
sister deserves more.
Doggy? What the fuck? You bastard.
I love a dance. I love a dance. Almost much to do.
You know what, I'm gonna heal.
Use this.
I'm gonna heal him.
Why, yes, I'd love a dance.
Get ready.
we go
Take your
again.
shot.
Ciel, don't!
Ready.
Jesus, man.
Here's your card. Join me.
Oh. How many points do I have? The thing is, like, since we still have the damage cap, it's not like... I don't know, like, we can't really go for more damage? If anything, getting, like, a bit more tankiness, I guess, would be nice, but... There's one that... Man, which... Can't remember what it was called. There was one that gives like 25% health back when you... counterattack? There's double all heals received. I don't know, did I go over it? Oh. Oh, when attacking a burning target. Healing fire. Kind of want that. I guess I should probably put some stuff on her too. I haven't equipped her in forever. Oh, right, the augmented counter as well. Which one was the heal? Oh my god, what the fuck was it called? Healing fire? Oh yeah. So much stuff. I think healing fire is nice. What should I take off though? I guess we don't need rush. The fight's going on for a while anyways. Alright, healing fire. We put healing fire on him too? Where the fuck is it? Oh, no. Maybe we shouldn't invert it either. I think we should probably take off inverted, actually. Like, whatever, this is a long fight, so... Healing fire... Put that on... What the hell was it called? The list is like different for him, dude. It's... Oh, protecting death, okay. Okay. I'm just going for more defense now. Loon is gonna die super easily. That's okay. There's one that I wanted to change though. Immaculate, because I'm gonna get hit. So I might as well just put something on that gives crit and maybe health. Is there one that has crit and health? Is that even a thing, or is it always crit and speed? Well, there is health and crit. I mean, maybe we just put this on and just... If she dies, we just res her. Actually, I don't know. It's just there's no reason to like I can't be healed, so it feels I have like 2 healing perks on, so it feels kind of pointless to do that. All right, whatever. Let's go. I mean, we could also upgrade... I mean, we could upgrade our weapons for Mael and Sael. So if we switch to them, they don't suck. Because we can go back to the continent, go back to camp, upgrade, and then just go back in the portal and take the first flag. We can fast travel back. I assume I can do that. I think. Oh, this does burn. Fuck it. We could get a weapon to level 20, but I'm not sure if I want to use it yet. It is like a massive power spike increase, but we're still damage capped, so like, what the fuck does it matter? Put Esquier in your team, yeah, he'd probably just one-shot Renoir. Yeah, it would be cool if you could still play the music when you're in the overworld, but it also makes the camp more lively, so... Oh, oops. Wait, is there a flag here? Oh yeah, there is. Oh, you no fucking way. Oh, that sucks. So you lose all your fast travel points within a location when you fucking leave? There's no fast travel? There literally is fast travel. I've done it many times, but you lose all of your fast travel locations once you leave the zone, apparently. But we can also just run through, I guess. Hey, Seshmaster, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, man. And we gotta run pretty far for this fight.
You care so little for us.
This fucking guy. Jesus, man. I thought I'm supposed to be able to heal when I hit a fucking burning target. Did I miss something? Well, it worked on him. Did I not equip it on... Wait, do I still have Confident Fighter on Verso? Can I not heal him?
Don't break her heart.
I think I'll be alright.
My, what lovely feet.
Overflowing with energy.
Big damage.
Your sister deserves more.
Your turn to dance.
We need each other.
That last one's delayed. Well, we're gonna fucking die on him. There's not really anything we can do about it. I mean, I'm gonna try to heal him, but yeah, I have Confident Fighter on. 6.
Do you remember what it was like before? Don't turn away from us.
And that's... Oh, we're really tanky on Minoko, at least.
Love a dance.
What the fuck?
Now's my favorite part.
Jesus.
Oops, come back.
He's not burning anymore.
Foolish move.
Romance flowing.
Oh my god.
Elements converge.
Like, I probably should have rezzed, but now I have the sting at least. Oh, and now we get more healing. Yeah, that healing move on, like, attacks is pretty fucking nice, I will say. More healing. Boom. Oh, that is getting, I'm getting such good use out of that. It's actually so good. Alright, you know what? We can... Okay, I'm gonna give her AP so she could Genesis. Wait, I didn't... Oh, I have a fucking Dark Stain? Oh, that's awkward. Shit.
Elements converge.
Oh, you can't replace the Dark Stain?
Foolish move. now's the favorite part.
Wait, do I have Burning Mark on? I do. Nice. We can break now with Loon. I think we have a break attack on her.
Watch out, Minoko.
Oh shit. And I don't know how I didn't hit that. It's okay. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, really?
God damn it, dude. He gets so many attacks off, it's fucking wild.
On me.
Careful.
I'm ready. You can't escape.
Dude, Virtual Stance is so fucking... Or that fucking move is so bad. It's actually sickening.
Ready to parry.
Oh no. It's a fucking double parry, man. Really?
For me.
I wish that he would do... He waited to do that vanish attack until so late. I just wish I could actually practice it. I mean, I am getting practice with it, but... I mean, in my first attempt, he did 2 vanishes right away as well. It's just random, though. I mean, I'm sure it'd be easier if I dodged it.
My turn.
Don't break her heart.
Again? You fucking serious, dude? You piece of shit. The thing is, if I Genesis here, he's just gonna get healed to full. whatever. I'm just gonna do it anyways. Fuck it.
Meet your reckoning.
Your sister deserves more.
I should have taken Confident Fighter off of Verso, though. We really don't want that perk on him.
Don't you see? We need each other. My turn.
A bit of violence, yes.
I can't remember what Powerless does. I think it makes them do, like, reduced damage.
You're alive to do it. Do you remember what it was like before?
Let the ink flow.
He's burning.
Elements converge.
Nice.
Your existence ends now. Don't turn away from us. Careful now.
Oh right, Phantom Stars only cost 5 AP if you're an S rank.
So much potential.
Oh, you're about to get fucked up, buddy.
Meet your reckoning.
Not today, Buster.
Watch out, Minoko.
Dang it. Oh, I have the braking on my base attack. Nice. Woohoo! Renoir's suit. Revive with 100% health once per battle. Well, the Illumina cost on that must be crazy. Yeah, Curly, you definitely didn't need to say that, you little fucker. Oh wow! Phase 2! It's almost like somebody just said it 30 seconds before it happened because he cannot fucking handle himself.
It's not her.
Or maybe you're just trolling. Either way, fake backseating or real backseating is fucking cringe.
Your family. He would condemn us all to die. For what? Who do you really save with your sacrifice?
Your sister and your mother?
You're too drunk on your own illusions to understand.
Then let us celebrate the second destruction of the Descendre family!
I mean, I can't say I would be surprised if there's a second phase. I just fucking hate backseaters, dude. It just fucking pisses me off.
At long last, we meet. This is all you have left of your son. Destroying it won't bring your wife back. It will only destroy the last tie you have to each other.
And he fucking gamaged him. Thanos snapped him.
We did it, Gustav.
Hey. How did you do that?
Not sure. The curator felt it.
Can you do it again?
I don't know. I think so.
What do you mean, can you do it again? Like on the paintress?
I think I can.
What did Renoir mean? The things he said to the curator?
I'm not sure.
She's through there.
Yeah. Behind this door is the future of Lumiere. What every expedition has worked towards. I have trust in us.
Bring Gustav back? Maybe. Second chance. Revive with 100% health once per battle. That's crazy. Also... Oh, we're gonna be missing like 2% crit chance, but honestly I can afford that. Now we're tanky as fuck. That's crazy. That's a crazy one. Free suit.
We're outside.
She's there. I can feel her.
We need to be as prepared as possible. Once we go up, there's no turning back.
All right, man. Why you gotta say it like that? I still can't even go underwater with Esquier. There's no way we're at the point of no return. Unless maybe that's like post-game stuff, I guess, but... Not asking you to tell me. By the way.
That's her. The paintress. She looks like the curator.
Renoir. He mentioned the curator's wife. She's the paintress.
You've come back?
Alors tranchons la trame, découle la
But the fire. Are you really here? Or is he?
Je t'en prie, fuis ce tableau maudit, cette toile d'une fausse.
Oh, is he playing tricks again? Alicia.
Alicia.
Your face.
My face. What about my face? Are you going to burn it again?
Alicia's your daughter.
And Mael reminds you of her. The daughter you lost.
Come along. Let's go home.
Yes. You need to go home.
This is another trick. She's not Alicia. You are not my Verso.
No. Verso's dead.
No. You are his creations, not mine.
I feel like the paint, well, I don't fucking know.
You will not.
Kind of getting the vibe that the paintress isn't necessarily the one, isn't the mastermind behind everything here. Like, she's not the reason why everything is the way it is, necessarily.
This is what we created
I don't know, though.
expeditions for.
We'll see.
Tomorrow comes.
How cruel of your father to use you like this.
Foolish move.
Ready to evade.
Foolish move. Oh well.
Not great. Nice, we got a burn.
Do you understand what you've done? You killed him!
I won't lose again.
Oh, easy revive. Just get some burns going, I guess. Wait, we still have fucking competent fighter on this guy. Whatever, that's fine. We can res him if we need to.
Matter.
Okay.
A storm is
Kinda
coming.
hurt. Is this gonna do good damage? Oh yeah, it still hurts. Still does a lot. Nice.
Take cover.
Even you. You can't betray Verso like this.
Damn, fuck.
A bit of violence, yes. Almost lost you.
We do this one yet? Oh yeah, we did.
Minoko, get ready.
Take cover.
Oh well.
Oh fuck, it's so...
Promo is flowing.
Almost felt like it sped up at the end there. God
The
dang it.
expedition is not over.
These heals. We need to actually use more AP though. I guess we'll just use this one. Gives us a lot of rank.
My favorite part.
I mean, we heal from just attacking, so that's nice.
Danger.
Ruh-roh. Okay, well, that wasn't good.
Not looking good.
Let's carve a path.
It's like slightly fucking delayed, dude.
Feel energized.
It's okay.
Foolish move. Oh really? I'd love a dance. Fire ice. Once more now with vigor.
That hurts.
Yeah.
Take cover.
From the bitter dregs.
so close to... Oh, this will break.
Quake in fear.
Nice. Okay, well that did fucking nothing. I guess that skipped one turn maybe? I don't know.
Why yes, another dance. Why yes, another dance.
No fucking way.
Violence.
Let's revive him, I guess. Try to get a burn going. There we go. An elemental trick. Nice.
Foolish move.
Okay, nice. That's good. That's a good move.
Ready to strike.
Our rank is... Let's just get some burns going. Okay.
Time to bleed. Get ready.
Oh no. It's okay. Alright, nice. Oh, you're fucking donezo! Well, she was probably a phase 2, but... Oh, what? Damn. Oh, okay.
Beth. I don't like this.
Are we ditching? Whee! Look at him go. Are we fighting him on Esquier?
Renoir can grieve however he likes, but I get to grieve my own way.
I tried to parry that.
I'll manage.
Alright, nice.
Minoko.
Oh, really?
Renoir thinks I would not defend myself if he used your face. How little he understands me.
Big heals. Alright. Nice.
you go.
All right, we're gonna use Sanctuary. It gives our whole team shields.
My cup is full.
A storm is coming.
Yes.
Careful, Verso.
Wait, why am I not at 100% crit? Wait, was that the two? Did I really just get 2% rolls? Are you fucking serious?
Why, yes, I'd love a dance. Arrogant man. I taught him to paint. And he seeks to use my creations against me.
I'm only at 98% crit on her, so I guess I just missed 2. That's really unlucky. But... oh god. Okay, that attack... fuck, man. That's really not good.
Let's finish this.
Dude, it speeds up at the end. I was trying to parry it, but the timing just...
You defied me, and now he's dead!
Ready to evade.
oh. Okay. I thought she was...
Tell
well,
your father
that's not
I
good.
don't need him to look out for me.
No margin for error.
I must exact revenge.
Oh, we have no revives left. Oh, that's great. That fucking attack, man. I'm dead. Oh my god, that's so delayed. Alright, reserve team, come on, let's go.
On me!
Tell your father I don't need him to look out for me.
Yeah, I don't dodge, because dodging is for fucking babies. Can I get a burn? Do I even have burning shots on her? Oh, I do. That's unlucky.
Look out.
I'm not
What the fuck is this?
I know exactly what I'm doing.
I don't like that. Oh. That's great. We'll die in 2 turns. Oh. Alright. That's good. Wait, they both die in 2 turns? What the fuck is that? What? Oh, I fucking missed. Oh, I'm fucked then. What? I guess it's a DPS check. Well, unless they die at separate times.
Try me.
I'm still dead to burn.
Ready to carry.
Alright. Well. I guess Renoir is a separate fight at least though, so that's nice. Okay, hold on. I need to take fucking Confident Fighter off of frickin' Verso. It's so bad. That was my first attempt, by the way. So I think I did okay. Yeah, I'm taking this off. It's not being able to heal is kinda ass. Kinda shit. Well, I guess we can put on Cleansing Tint. I mean, we're gonna lose... Yeah, I think that's good. I don't know if we want Breaking Attack. It's probably fine. Yeah, Cleansing Tint. Oh, it only takes 5 as well. Oh, we can equip a Cleansing Tint on her. And take off Last Stand and put it on. Like, you say glass cannon build, but you're capped at 9,999 damage. Well, what does that do for you?
Outside.
Not like literally nothing. So,
I can feel her.
I don't see how that's really the best build to go for.
Possible. Once we go up, there's no turning back.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
How cruel of your father to use you like this.
Careful now. Likes you. That's more like it.
Dang it.
My turn.
Dang it.
I've got this.
What the fuck is that damage, bro? Is that because I don't have the frickin' fighter thing on? No fucking way. No way it's that bad. Wait, we need to burn. Shit.
Let us stay.
Alright, surely we don't get 2%. There we go.
Do you understand what you've done?
Fencing Tint removes my inverted? I don't have inverted. So I don't know what you're... Oh my god.
Let's finish this.
I was not paying any attention at all to, like, I didn't even know what attack was fucking happening.
Time to bleed.
Who are
Not
you
impressed.
supposed to be? No matter.
So quick.
Now's our chance.
can't betray her so like this.
Really?
I've lived through worse.
I'm just gonna get the burn stacks going. The burn does a lot. Definitely adds up.
Take cover.
This is fun.
Take cover.
Luna, careful. Foolish move. Your turn to shine.
Now's our
Dang it, dude. Oh, I have a dark stain.
I've got this.
I'm ready.
Oh, gradient attack. All right. Oh, I did that super early. Holy shit. Luckily, the gradient counters are like more forgiving. All right, let's use the earthquake so we can apply powerful to the team. Or berserk slash.
Oh well.
Oh jeez, the rocks. Ah, dang it, man! I always miss one. Why do I always have to miss one? Fuck, dude. I can't remember how do I consume. I think. Wait, Mayhem says it consumes all stains, but I don't think it consumes dark stains. No, it doesn't. Wait, how do I fucking consume the dark stains? Oh yeah, it's the basic attack. Well, back to C rank.
I've got this.
I'll use this one.
It likes you.
That's okay.
Your turn to shine. Your turn to shine.
Oh well.
Woohoo!
My turn.
I did it.
Here we go.
Take cover.
Oh, we're almost at 3 gradients. Yeah, the dark stains are kind of fucking me over here, not gonna lie. That's... I don't know. They do kind of troll.
Ready to strike.
Wait, really? We're not... Oh, there. Alright. We're at max gradients now. Maybe we'll do Sanctuary and apply the shields.
He likes, but I get to grieve my own way. Tell your father I don't need him to look out for me.
A bit of violence, yes.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna use Sanctuary. Give everybody shields. I think that's a good idea.
Sweet taste.
The defensive play. And we'll do the fucking earthquake. Why not? Does good damage. Easy 30k most of the time. All right, now that we're on S rank, we can Phantom Stars. I'm gonna go for one shot. Apply some more burn.
Phantom Stars.
Good.
Nice. Huge fucking damage. Now we can Elemental Trick. Come on, please no 2%. Nice.
It likes you.
Did I dream the fire? Is Versa still alive?
Damn it. Not good enough. That wasn't bad. Let's go for an auto attack, I guess. Oh, we should have probably given Loon AP.
Arrogant man. I taught him to paint. And he seeks to use my creations against me?
I'll be honest, I wasn't even like... I was distracted by the background. I wasn't even actually looking at the freaking... Nice.
That's more like it. I'm not
Which one is this?
I know exactly what I'm doing.
Oh shit, okay.
Let's carve a path.
That's fine.
I would have lived.
Foolish child, you defied me, and now he's dead!
God, that fucking combo is rough. At least I remembered that she does it to the team afterwards. She'll die in 2 turns. Okay, well... Wait, so he's not cursed anymore though, right? Oh no, he is.
Energized.
Wait. Can you not cure cursed? Well, Verso's still cursed, and I used the heal on him. Wait, I actually don't understand. Yeah, I guess it doesn't work. That's really weird. Wait, no, see now, wait.
I'll do it.
Do all of her attacks curse?
Tell your father I don't need him to
I don't
look
know,
out for
I'm
me.
confused. Maybe every attack of hers curses at this part? Because now I see the curse is gone on Verso. I don't know, I'm so confused. Actually.
Let's keep going.
Wait, see, now he's cursed again. Wait. So I guess the timer resets?
Your turn to shine.
Oh, why does she have a fucking dark? Why does she have to have a dark stain too, dude? Oh my god, I'm pig aiming. Where am I? It's trash.
Now is our chance.
I have to just shoot, dude. Because I have to get rid of the dark stain. I mean, no, I don't have to shoot, I guess, but... Okay, she's doing them.
Ready to strike.
Versa will die in 5 turns? Oh, okay. That's chill. Our rank is... Oh, if we have... Oh, whatever.
Watch out, Minoko. Ready to evade.
Well, he's gonna burn to death. Alright, Minoko. Just die, you bitch.
From the bitter place. Tell your father I don't need him to look out for me.
What? No fucking way did I miss that. Oh, okay, well. No healing, Pictos? Have you not been watching? I've literally healed like 30 times during the fight, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand how curse works. From what I could tell, it seems like if you dispel it, the duration gets increased. I don't really know, though.
No, we're not done yet.
Oh?
Luna, careful.
Chroma is flowing.
She gave us a shield. Tree of life. Woohoo! Shooting the energy balls gives turns from curse. Oh, okay. That makes sense, I guess. See, I'm scared. Well, I don't know. She seems pretty defenseless right now. So I'm kind of curious if I just keep skipping turns, what will happen, but surely the game won't just like insta-kill my entire team for doing that, right?
Chroma is flowing.
Not impressed.
She's helping us.
what to choose.
Ready to strike.
I think it's got to be done. We'll try to skip a few more times, but it seems
Cut him down.
it seems like
Violence, yes. Time to end this. Minoko, get ready.
seems like we gotta do the deed.
Let's have some fun. My turn. Watch out.
Yeah. Nothing is changing. We'll do one more set
Now
of
is our
skips, but
chance.
yeah, I think
Cut him down.
this
So
is clear
much
enough.
potential. I'm ready.
He's torturing her. Okay. All right, time to bust out the gap.
Now's our chance.
My turn.
Time for mayhem.
Time for mayhem.
Let's carve a path.
No. Painted damage can exceed 9999 painted power. Look at that. Wait, that guy who backseated in chat wasn't even correct then. Because this isn't Act 3. This is still Act 2. Maybe it's like the start of Act 3. I don't fucking what fucking goddamn backseaters, man. I mean, maybe there's no like Act 3 title card, and you just... I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to know, by the way.
Rest now. Things will be better soon.
Amber! She's gone. She's gone.
It's done. You're free. You are all free.
Is this real?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Gustav's watching over us. Hey, come. Wanna plant it?
$33. Where did she pull that from? It was in the bag.
Though presumably, there'll be no one coming after, right?
It was in the camping supplies.
It's symbolic.
Let's go home.
Yeah.
Eskia gonna fly us home? Gonna get our hot air balloon ride home?
Still feel immortal?
Less than yesterday.
Shall we test it out?
I appreciate the offer.
Monoko, you've been extra quiet since we got to the monolith.
Have I?
What now? We go back to Lumiere and life goes on?
Yeah. Decades and decades in front of us. Guess this is how it feels to be immortal. What do we do now with all this time?
The expedition might be over. But we're not done yet. There are so many questions left to answer.
Lumière red. Ooh.
I don't know, I feel like something fucked up's gonna happen. I don't think it is. Surely it's all just happy moments from here on.
Brother, I tire of the conflicts and deceptions that plague our family and theirs. So, I entrust you with this letter. Whether you give it to her is up to you. I'm at peace with what's to come. When the time comes, I hope you will be too. Maya, it's a strange feeling watching you with my brother, laughing and smiling, without the scars or the memories that afflict me. Alicia, as she was meant to be, not this painted version that I am. My family, a facsimile of yours, and this world, a mirror, painted by your mother, the paintress, to stave off her grief. Seeing your expedition through would plunge us all into the abyss. For in ridding the world of the paintress, you'd lose the sole force standing against the one who would erase us, the one who invokes the flowers of the gommage. An act of love, for he does love her. Your father. On her monolith, she paints a warning for us all, of the few she can save as her power wanes. We all wish for our families to thrive. Your family, however, believes only one can survive. But perhaps you'll find another way. You who have lived amongst us, perhaps you differ from your father and your sister, as I differ from mine. Your mother paints life, whilst your father, death. What will you paint?
Oh boy. well, here's the fucked up thing. Jeez. Okay, I'm slightly confused, but also kind of understand. Glimpse in the past.
You're okay.
Or Alicia. Or Mael Alicia.
Alicia? Good, you're awake. Come downstairs.
Well, damn. I don't know. I mean, I know I still have a ton of the game left. I mean, maybe like the swimming. Maybe a good amount of it is like post-game content, but I don't know. I'm like kind of tempted to call it a night here, but at the same time, I mean, I feel like this is kind of a, like I want to know what has happened here, but I also don't know how long this is gonna take. Yeah, chat, you guys, I swear to God, if you say 15 minutes and I'm here for like 2 more hours, I'm gonna fucking ban all of you.
Come along now. I'm in Renoir's atelier.
Papa can repair the fire damage and Clair can repaint the walls.
Alicia, quit dawdling. End of the corridor, you know where it is.
In Paris. Yeah, the mansion isn't that big, it's okay. I just want to look around a little bit. Oh, can we play the piano? Listen, all right. I don't just fucking run straight forward. I take a look around, all right? I explore my environments. Even though I've been here before. But I don't know, I was never here in the past.
Finally. Our little shadow is awake. Our parents are quite the stubborn pair. They're still fighting each other inside the canvas. He has her imprisoned at the top of the monolith, and she has him trapped beneath. It's a stalemate.
What the?
You're as bad as Aline. He's not Verso. He's a painted copy built from our mother's memories. You do well to remember that. Don't roll your eyes at me, sister dear. I know you're not a child, but you're not grown either. And too many in our family have lost all caution and sense of late. They've spent longer than this in other canvases. It's not that dire. Yes, I know. Maman's been in there for quite a while already. And Renoir is wasting time in there, trying to help someone who doesn't want his help. We have more urgent matters to attend to.
What the? Can you help Mama?
Help her do what? Run away and hide? She's already succeeded there. Honestly, if Aline wants to numb herself in the canvas, then let her. Grief is no excuse. We're all grieving. She's a grown woman, and she was the head of the Painters' Council. She failed her responsibilities. I don't have time to coddle her. And before Verso died, she would have said the same. I already have. Aline is more skilled than Renoir, but I've tipped the scales in his favor. I have my pets in place. She who controls chroma controls the canvas. I can't take her chroma, but I can keep it from returning to her. Yes, it's enough. It's just a matter of time. As she weakens, Renoir is able to erase her oldest creations, with the exception of her obscene fake family. She's made them immortal, but luckily, they're also quite useless.
What the fuck? So, oh my god.
I already have. I have my pet. Yes, with the exception. I need you to take care of yourself while I'm gone. Don't be naive. The world doesn't stop simply because our family is in mourning. The conflict is spreading, and there are things I must do if we painters are to survive. You will do nothing. You're too weak to do anything useful.
Whoa, Clea.
You'd be a liability. The writers used you against us once before. They won't hesitate to use you again. And I can't promise that I'll make the same choice Verso made. Verso traded his life for yours.
He saved us from the fire?
Hate him for that.
Because we saw him in there. He's like, you're safe now or whatever. So I think he saved us.
Although, if you really want to be useful, then enter the canvas and help Renoir. I need him back here sooner rather than later. I'll fight this war alone if I have to, but I'd really rather
Mario
not.
64.
Can you handle that? Lest you forget, the only reason those two are in there is because your naivety cost Verso his life. Good. Go to the canvas when you're ready, and repaint your throat when you're in there, before you completely forget how to have a conversation.
Damn, so we're just going in? Oh man, okay. This is fucking weird. Verso's childhood canvas where we used to play, where he painted Esquier and Monoko. Oh shit. Leah's right, it's my fault. I should help fix this, and I do want to fix this if I can. Verso would be nice to talk and breathe again without pain, without my face being... Not that that's the reason to do this. It's the right thing to do after everything I've caused. No. Okay. Alright, fine.
If we bring Maman out of the canvas, she'll try to return. We must hide the canvas.
Well reasoned. And such a clever hiding spot you've chosen. She'll still find it, but I'm impressed. This only truly ends if you destroy the canvas. And that means stopping the final sliver of Verso's soul from painting. See?
Fuck.
That wasn't so hard. Wait. That's Aline's chroma. Stay calm. Don't let it take control of you. Calm, Alicia, or it'll paint over you. What an auspicious start. Well, you're about to be reborn in this world as one of Aline's creations. Have fun. At least this will keep you out of trouble until I get back.
Damn.
She's a girl. She's a girl. She's beautiful. What a lovely voice. My love, did you decide on a name?
Yes. Oh, my darling girl. We have precious little time together. You'll never know us. But I want you to know that you are loved. I want you to know you're not alone. You will always be the beautiful child I held in my arms. You will smile the brightest smile You will cry iridescent tears. You will know love, and you will know pain. You will know loss all too well, because we live in an unforgiving world. But you are strong, and you will survive. You will struggle, and you will learn. You'll find people to call your own, and you will shine as their guiding light. For you will change the world, and the people around you. You'll forever be our princess. I have decided on her name. And her name will be... Maëlle.
Well, shit. Damn. So what the fuck is going on now though? Like, okay, so oh man. So the whole like universe is just a painting from Verso that his family are just attached to, his mom and dad are like attached to because he died in the real world.
Alicia.
Actually, I prefer Maëlle.
I think I do too. But I'm not really Verso, and you're not really Maëlle, are you?
You're not Verso, no. You look and sound just like him, but you're you. I'm still Maëlle, though. You should have helped me remember.
Yeah, I wanted to, but I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. If I'd listened to Maman, if I hadn't trusted the writers, Verso would still be alive, and you...
Wouldn't exist.
Wouldn't be caught in the middle. Maman did a terrible thing, painting you into Verso's canvas, giving you his memories, pretending the fire only took me. But I'm glad you exist.
Your father was right to erase everyone is better this way.
Better for who? Verso would never have wanted his canvas gone. He loved Esquier. And
Yeah, we want Esquier back. Give us Esquier.
Right. Our mother. Staying here so long in a make-believe world with her make-believe family.
It's not make-believe. It's not. You're not to me. Papa's here. He'll help me fix Lumiere.
Will he?
Maman painted a rather unflattering portrait of him. He's much warmer than the Renoir, you know.
I bet.
God damn it, now I just want to play more, dude. Painter power Pictos acquired.
Your father was the one erasing everyone. Why would he help repaint everything?
I hid the canvas before I entered, so Maman can't come back again. There's no need to erase the canvas anymore.
He'll want you to go home.
I'm not at risk like Maman. I haven't been in this canvas that long. Besides, Papa has a soft spot for me. He'll listen.
Man, the story's so interesting. Well, I'm not trying to beat the game. It's not like I was expecting the game to be over in like 15 minutes or anything like that. It's just like I should probably should have just stopped because now I just want to know what the fuck. I just want to know more of what's going on. Although maybe we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Papa.
Alicia. You're safe. I thought I told you to stay home.
Technically, my body's at home.
Some of Eileen's finest work. I regret that it caused you so much pain. What Eileen did was unfair to you most of all. Please, accept the Descendre family's apologies. I know it seems absurd to offer oblivion as recompense, but perhaps that's the outcome we both desire.
What?
I'm proud of you. Getting your mother out of the canvas was not easy. Once we erase the canvas, we won't have to worry anymore.
She's home now. Why?
You know your mother. Verso painted this canvas. It contains a piece of his soul. She'll never willingly part with it.
No.
For the sake of the living, we must part with the dead.
No, Papa. See, I hid the canvas.
She will always find it. This is our only opportunity, while she's too sick from her prolonged descent into the canvas to return.
No. Papa. Papa, please. This is Verso's only canvas. You can't destroy the last piece of him that we have. This is my home now. You can't just decide...
Your home? After all that with your mother, you want to stay?
You know how little remains of my life outside.
Alicia, you'll die. You've already been here longer than you should.
But...
No. Look at me, I said no. I am not letting my daughter risk her life. Alicia.
Not, Mama. I'm not going to lose myself if I stay.
I know full well you will, and I am not doing this again!
No! Papa, what are you...
It's time to go home.
Damn, wait, is he destroying the canvas then, or? Oh, what the fuck's she doing?
Mes amis!
Esquier!
All aboard!
Professor, come on. Come on.
What the fuck? Horsey.
I did it so easily. What am I doing wrong?
Don't be discouraged. It's only been a day since you remembered.
She gonna bring
your mate's
Gustav
side.
back?
We believe in you.
Oh, that's why Gustav had all those skills that we couldn't see.
Remember them.
Oh shit.
Painting isn't about
I
verisimilitude.
forgot about those.
It's about essence. Truth of who they are. Your father made the axles, right?
She who plays with wonder, he who guards truth with lies.
They're the essence of your mother and your brother.
Oh my god. Wait, where's Gustav?
How did we got marched? Well, your hair.
We have much to talk about.
Yeah, brought her back with the swimsuit.
So you were her daughter? And you were a paintress too?
So cool.
Mael likes the... Alicia likes the swimsuit, alright?
And you knew this whole time! You fucking coward! You betrayed us! We trusted
You can bring them back too. Yeah? Everyone we've lost.
Yeah, but I need Cromer, and Papa controls all the Cromer in the canvas.
Oh?
No. Not all of it. The expeditioners. The ones killed by Nevrons. Gustav noticed their chroma remains in their bodies. They never dissipated, like the Gamage.
It's sold Chroma and not pure. It won't be like bringing the two of you back, but we could use it in other ways.
Time for the greatest expedition in history.
Damn right. we hang out with Eskia?
Everyone's mad at you.
Are you?
Eskia can be sad, or bad, or even rad, but never, ever mad. Bad things happen when we get mad.
Oh, I know.
Where did I find this bop? I don't know. I've been exploring Bach. All right.
But I
can't remember.
Mad at you.
It's called Alicia's Birthday Party. Which has more context now. There's also Alicia. I can't remember which one that was. Oh, it's this song. Well, damn. This story is crazy, man. I mean, it makes sense. Like, yeah, that's the story is just so good. It's so interesting. Like I really didn't. I guess I was never really like. I never really thought past what would happen when the Paintress died. I mean, it did seem, I don't know, like the state of the world and everything seemed very. Like, I guess my first thought wasn't that it was a simulation, or well, in the simulation, it canvas, whatever, you know what I mean. But yeah. I wasn't like, I didn't really know exactly what was gonna happen when, you know, everybody went back to Lumiere. I knew something fucked up was gonna happen, but yeah. And it's nice that they actually like explain stuff well, so you actually like know what's going on. You're not just like you're lost at first, but then you understand, you know. Yeah, this game is crazy. I'm gonna call it for the night though, and we will continue with Act 3 tomorrow. And I like how the mechanic of bypassing the damage cap is tied into the story in the sense that you're like, finally, you know, you become aware of your power of being like a paintress or whatever. So, yeah, this game's crazy. Oh man. Game becomes hella unbalanced. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah. I mean, you are like a god in the universe at this point. Or at least, well, Mael is, and I guess in a way you are because of that, but yeah, it's crazy. Sorry, I can't frickin'. I want to find somebody to raid, but I can't Alt-Tab. Here, I'll look on my phone, I guess. Yeah, thank you for watching, everybody. This game is crazy. I'm excited to play more. I may stream for a few hours tomorrow, but I have some like IRL shit I gotta take care of. So if I don't stream tomorrow, I will be back on Tuesday though. Also, I have a pretty cool like announcement on. Well, if I stream tomorrow, I'll tell you guys. I think I'll probably post like I'll post something about it on my Twitter tomorrow. But I'm going to be going out of town for a few days for a game-related thing, so. And voicing the Dung Eater. How'd you know?